And we are live, a little 1 minute early. Jellybean, Lolly Ho, Jellybean, good to see you, glad to have you. Sarah, good to see you, glad to have you. Aurora, good to see you, glad to have you. Ray Ray, good to see you, glad to have you. And nobody appreciates my humor. What? Because the summer song? Jade, good to see you, glad to have you. Willow, good to see you, glad to have you. Hello, everybody. Who is ready to start 4.0? That's Blood of Storms. That's Storms of Blood. How's everybody doing? How's that? And I guess while we wait to do, since we won't be doing our usual normal warm-up, because we'll be going right into things, I think I'll just talk to some of these NPCs really quick. I made a fool of myself on our last mission, but I will show him what I'm made of. Come now, Hori. Is that the best you got? Should the archons be called away to Gyr Abania, it will fall to us to deal with the Scion's usual obligations, and thus we must remain in peak condition. A fine showing, brother, but you have yet to outpace Aenor. I mean, we all are yet to outpace Aenor. My sister has the most curious ideas about courtship. Deathberry, good to see you, glad to have you. I hope everyone has a great day. You too as well. Can everybody hear me? Is everything good? Lady Famine, I sent her outside to enjoy a quiet cup of tea. Much has happened these past moons, and we all can use a rest every now and then. At last I was able to rise from my sickbed, but the pain when I tried to take up my axe. Ugh, what a sad old man I have become. Also, hey, he's, Ray Ray. Check it out who it is. Back in the east, we treat back pain with a long soak in a hot spring. What say you do a short journey, Isildur? I had told that the waters at Camp Bronze Lake are famous for their healing properties. I wonder if he ends up there later. Sounds good? Good. If all proceeds to a plan, we should be receiving word that the Alliance forces have secured Bearsal's Wall. Until then, however, we can but ensure that we are ready to move the moment we hear the news. I'm gonna head into the solar real quick before we actually start. Just give it a second to get going. Oh, hey, Nickel High, right. Those are fiendish, like, yeah, those are just the EX fights we didn't pick up. Okay, guys, shall we get going? Shall we officially start 4.0? Shall wait for your confirmation before we depart. Yep, feeling the hype, Jellybean? Let's do it then. Beyond the Great Wall.
The question is, how will the Empire respond to the disappearance of Omega and the Primal?
Lolly ho, Demons!
I didn't see you there. Forgive me. Word from Bealsar's Wall is proving long in the coming, and my mind cannot help but stray to grim places.
Alphino, a message from the Alliance.
It's about time. Pray summon the others at once.
Yes, sir.
Jellybean. Thanks for popping by, Demins. Good to see you. Glad to have you. If you fall asleep, no worries.
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Bealsar's Wall.
And what of the Primal and Omega?
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that they will begin a more thorough investigation shortly. And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
As expected.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Bealsar's Wall is open to interpretation.
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea. To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Indeed. And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lys. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea.
Honestly, I feel like it would have been a good moment there to have him say Lys, like a take time to show
However,
that
they
he was
will
getting
not
used to
set
it.
foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
They would have us act as intermediaries.
Precisely. The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say, Lys's, given her personal connection to the Resistance.
Alphino didn't.
Who better than you to broker an agreement between the Alliance and the people of Alamigo? Assuming you are willing, of course.
Eorzean and the others of the Circle of Knowing knew, but Alphino and Alice wouldn't have been aware. I mean, they wouldn't have been really aware of the truth of Yida in general, due to their age, but also they only would have been members for a period of time. Unless, is there do they state elsewhere that they knew?
Of course I am. You know I'd like nothing more.
As for who should accompany you on said diplomatic mission, I had a mind to volunteer myself.
Well, that covers the talking part. But you just know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available?
Yeah, right off the... I should have counted up how many times we had dialogue options in Heaven's Word and how many times we had them in Stormblood, because I swear Stormblood
I too
has
should
more.
accompany you. Such endeavors are seldom hampered by a surfeit of healers.
Good point. Allow me to offer my services as well.
I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things. I trust you have no objections?
Why they always justify an Eorzean
None,
not
really.
coming along.
Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep watch for signs of primal and Ascian activity both.
As capable as my learned friend undoubtedly is, there are some troubles that may prove too much for a single scion, on account of which I mean to stay.
Long Branch, good to see you, glad to have
It
you.
is
Emma,
settled,
good to see you,
then.
glad to have you.
Let us each see to our preparations.
Good to just one sec. Still got the Eorzean facial hair going. I mean, honestly, I've had it for 2 months at this point, so I just got kind of used to it. Emma just found your channel not too long ago. I've been loving it. Awesome. I'm glad you've been enjoying the content. Can't stay to watch for too long. No worries. Absolutely. Thank you for hopping by. Hope you continue to enjoy the stuff we put out. Yukio, good to see you, glad to have you. Is it weird that I don't like Ilberd? I don't think, why would it be weird? I think you can understand Ilberd and his motivations without in any way liking him. I don't like Ilberd, but I understand Ilberd. I know we were taught to sympathize villains by No, this story, I think this story goes out of its way, and I think this is a really important conversation. The story goes out of its way to show you that you can empathize with someone's struggle and understand where they're coming from and still think that the right thing to do is stand in opposition. You know, perfect example being Emmett Selk, right? The story explicitly is about understanding them and having compassion while also saying, but no, we cannot let you act and do what you are doing. And we cannot, what you are doing is not for the greater good for those who yet live. So no, I don't think that's weird at all to not like Ilberd. I think that the story is all about learning to have compassion for Ilberd, and also you can also have compassion for him as a human and for his struggles, and also abhor him or his actions, or Yeah, well, personal enjoyment from him itself. Yeah, exactly, Nuance. I didn't even notice you had it until the post earlier. Yeah. Oh my god, it's Willow. John, good to see you, glad to have you. Time for the storm of blood, born from blood of our fallen brothers. Poor Eorzean having to stay behind and read Eorzean Shakespeare for the 300th time. I'll have to stop tuning in soon. I'm in Stormblood right now and don't want to get ahead of myself. Yeah, oh wow, Long Branch, yeah. Well, hurry up and catch up, and then you can, or you can watch retroactively, but either way, we'll miss having you around. I don't have compassion for him in the Ethereal Sea. I mean, but he, as a spirit, he's still halting your progress if you're talking about what I think you're talking about. So, like, you can, again, I think you can still stop. Compassion is not advocation or allowance. Compassion is a recognition of someone's humanity and that there are genuine and sincere causes under which they're acting, or a nuance under which they're acting. But you can still stand in the way of someone even while you have compassion for them. That's where you stopped at? Yeah, we got a while until there. We got quite a few weeks, but I definitely will. We got quite a few weeks until that. Lady, good to see you, glad to have you. Also, AC, I don't know if you said good to see you, glad to have you, but good to see you, glad to have you.
Ready, my friend? Well then, Tataru, I leave the rising stones in your capable hands.
Am I crazy?
Don't worry, Alphino. I'll see that the place is still standing when you come back.
Is the pause between dialogue lines longer than it was in Heaven's Word? Like, I checked, my like speed up is the same as usual. Kosetsu, my boy. My boy.
Mistress Y'shtola has unfolded all. You are bound for Gyr Abania?
Aye. The Alliance would have us make contact with the Alamegan resistance as soon as possible.
It begins then. As soon it shall in Doma, if the gods are good. 'Tis but a pity it must be now. I am sorry that we shall not be present to fight beside you in the battles to come.
You have stood with us countless times, Lady Ugiri. Pray do not apologize.
Then let us thank you instead. You and yours stood with us from the first, when we came to this land as refugees in search of sanctuary. Loath am I to think what might have become of my people, had you not extended to us the hand of friendship. We will never forget. This I solemnly swear.
Much has changed since first you set foot on these shores. Revenant's toll stands as a testament to that. I'm sure your people will manage in your absence.
Indeed. They have built a new home for themselves and no longer need me to shepherd them. The time has come for Kosetsu and I to return to our master.
I don't necessarily agree with that, AC, but we'll talk about it as we go.
I know how you feel. It's time I went home too.
Though our battlefields be 1,000 mounds apart, our purpose is one. That all men hearken to the clarion call of freedom, of liberation, from Eorzean to the far east, that they may rise up.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Down the curse of Garlemald.
Take care, you hear me? When all of this is over, we're going to celebrate together. Just you wait.
I should like that very much. Fare you well.
Right, but if you're going to say it, you may want to make that case. And I just don't think that that's really apt or fair for most characters. And I think also there's a broad difference between wanting to have seen more from a character versus a character being poorly executed or not living up to it. Eorzean didn't need to stay behind to make all those famous milkshakes and charge people for them. I got Final Fantasy XIV Deadly Crisis, so it's time to become a Mikote for the first time in 3 years. There you go. For some reason, I don't understand why people say Lise is a bad character. Like, sure, there were certain bow-headed things she did. No, the thing that's frustrating to me about people saying Lise is a bad character is I think what people are mistaking Lise as a bad character for sometimes, I'm not saying all the time, but sometimes, is her being a human, and also being in a very different circumstance. She's existed as a person where her ability to solve things has been she can just directly go at them. Like in Eorzea, you can just go fight a primal most of the time. You can go take direct action. And she's put in a situation under which she has been disconnected from her people. Not only that, but she is also no longer able to just go directly at the fight. She has to actually deal with the realities of people and the further complications therein. And so, like, Stormblood as an expansion is all about, like, when it comes to Gyr Abania and Doma, not just realizing that it's not, you can't just say, everyone should fight. It's, you need to inspire the people and give them an opportunity to actually get them to a point under which they can do that. Lys is the lens and the character under which we get the context of that growth and that arc, as we learn that both from when we start in Gyr Abania in the first of the 4 acts, then go into Doma and her experiences in the Steppe and not Doma, but like Othard. And then get that through especially moments like her conversations with Hydaelyn. And then as she steps into the role where she fulfills that for, and understands that when it comes to Gyr Abania, and Alamigo specifically, you know, as the final of the 4 acts comes into place. So, like, to me, I just think that there's a very big difference between she's a character that has to go on a growth arc versus her being a bad character or poorly executed. And when it's like, that's part of, like, the point. Not that she's bad, because I don't think so, no. But, like, that she doesn't start as fully formed. The same way that Alice and Alphino did not start as fully formed. I think the difference is that if your only experience of Alphino had been a Realm Reborn, and then then at 2.5 he ended up leaving and staying in Ishgard, and you never went to Ishgard, and you went your separate ways, people would complain about Alphino. But Alphino people like because you get to see the further advancement of that. But it makes sense for her for her character to be where she's at. For instance, I really wanted Papalymo to get more time. I wanted Papalymo to get more time too, but that to say like Papalymo is a bad character because we wanted more time, or like poorly executed, or, you know, didn't live up to potential, I think that's very different than could have had more or had more potential to go further. I think those are very different. Not to say that I hate Lys. Yeah, I don't think you're saying you hate Lys. I think you're making you're absolutely. You're saying that to you it's underwhelming or that it's not fully executed. That's not. I don't hear you saying that you're hating her. I feel very strongly that I think the points against Lys are overstated, and I'm saying that now, having not replayed Stormblood in a while. So maybe I will come to more concur with that point. But I just think that there's a much stronger case that doesn't get advocated for her that I think is in the text. 1,000 moms apart, yet united in purpose. Let us pray both our endeavors meet with success. Shall we then? Wait. Not just yet. I know I'd forgotten something important. Lys, could you come with me? Me? What now? All right then, if you insist. She also lets people. Yeah. They're saying that the good die young, but then again, Papalymo was in his 40s. I like Lys, yeah. Like, she has to come into her own, right? She's been pretending to be her sister, and she was, you know, had Papalymo always there for her. So this story is her story of her coming into her own. And I think it's actually a very good story for that. I just don't think it's like a Shadowbringers story, because like Shadowbringers gets to work the way it does because all the characters are defined. If she never got her Shadowbringer story or her Endwalker story, or story where once she had been defined and was a fully fleshed out character, allowed to have like a wonderful moments, because you only get her in a couple other scenes post that. So I definitely think that's a strong part of it, but I don't think as a growth arc and a coming to terms of self arc, it's a poor execution of it. What do you think? As you can see, I designed it to be light and loose, an outfit tailor-made to the needs of the skilled fighter like Lys. Your work never ceases to impress. Much more of this, I may have to stop introducing you as the Scion's receptionist and start referring to you as our permanent seamstress. It's lovely, Tataru. Thank you. I feel like I could take on a legion. I'm glad you like it, and with that, I'll delay you no longer. Safe travels! Then onward to Gyr Abania. Our first stop will be at Amerisas Spire in the East Shroud. Amerisau? Probably with an X. I only recently did Coils. How does one define Alice's development? For her, in short, Alice's development is to come to appreciate people broadly, and rather than just people singularly, and to fight for the sake of humanity, like for people, not because it was not because it was her grandfather's ambition and she loved her grandfather, but because she finds value in it. That's fundamentally her growth arc during Coils. Damn, good to see you, glad to have you. I feel like armor leggings would restrict movement. Well, it depends, right? Because the thing is that the most of the movement, though, for her is... I'd have to look at the armor again, but, like, it's going to be mostly the knees. It depends on how, what's the freaking term? The articulated the joint is. And also, seeing as she does a lot of kicking, having defenses on her legs is pretty useful. Okay, let's stare at her legs. Yeah, so it does go thigh high. But, like, the range of motion on your leg, right, is effectively all in here, and there's the guards on top, but it looks like chainmail, and chainmail is very mobile, so it wouldn't be too restrictive, and your range of motion, she's not gonna go like super side to side, you know, your knee only goes bend forward and back, and so it doesn't go up to past here to your hip flexors, where you're likely to, like, you know, do a lot of your movement. That's why she has like the shorts and stuff up there. So I don't think that would restrict her particularly for the way in which she would fight. Same like she had since 1.0, yeah. All are present and accounted for. When you're ready, my friend, pray inform the officers that you wish to proceed to Gyr Abania. But yeah, like, you know, and to the point, like the main change in her clothing wasn't in the legs or anything, or even like in her shorts. It was up here. So now she has much more range of motion with her arms and not as heavy of like it's not even a petticoat, but like a coat. So it's still, so her new outfit is more loose than it was prior. Punchy girl. Punchy kicky girl. It's true. I don't know why, but I did enjoy at least much more than when she was Yida, but I also did enjoy the importance of her in Stormblood, but I feel like I wasn't as executed as strong as it could be. I think a lot of people agree with you, and I'll be interested to see if either I sway much more towards you guys, or if I'll continue to articulate my points as we go. Ah, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. We were told to expect you. Shall I summon someone to escort you to the wall? Are we ready to go into Gyr Abania? And also later she is kind of there, I guess, but that's how it feels to me. I mean, saying that she's there, though, is like saying Americ is there, or Hien is there, or, you know, Rauban is there, or Merlwyb is there, or, you know, Nanamo is there. Like, she plays a role as a leader that is not necessarily primarily there and a part of your narrative. Batman can wear a heavy suit of armor and still move pretty fast, and the ways they justify that are fascinating. Let's go into Gyr Abania! The Fringes. Better than the monks, what the monks are wearing? No offense. What's wrong with what the monks are wearing? How many of you guys found this useful when you first played Stormblood, to have like geographically shown where you were at in the narrative? Long branch. The crooks of her knees are going to get pinched to hell if those things aren't full of padding. Yeah, that's true, Divins.
Crossing the border, standing in Gyr Abania once more. Me and my fellow Scions, the warrior of light among us. Behind us, Baelsar's wall cutting the land in two. Freedom on one side, tyranny on the other. Tyranny and the promise of a new beginning. But one that could only be bought with flames and blood.
It depends with the weapons. Like, I mean, the thing is, like, literally, you as the Warrior of Light can have the, I actually forgot to go grab the Emperor's new fists. I'm gonna have to go grab those, aren't I? I mean, seeing as you can fight that way, like, my glam for my monk on my main is always without weapons in hand. I don't think it's that off-putting. I mean, like, hell. I mean, like, it's a fair point, but I guess, like, I just, in the grounds of what we see other monks doing, it's not the craziest thing. Ultimate Candle's Nexus of Bust. I suppose just feel like only because I really liked her at first and thought she would continue the journey along with the Scions, but don't take me the wrong way, I don't disagree with you at all. No, I mean, like, and you're welcome. Again, everyone's welcome to disagree with me. I may, like, I'm genuinely gonna hear you out on it, even if I'm like, yeah, I feel this way about it. But no, I get feeling disappointed, like, oh, this character was just finally maybe kind of starting to get good, and I potentially wanted more of them, but they didn't end up using her more. That feels like such a waste. Like, I just think there's a difference between, like, oh, I think that they could have done more with her after this narrative and wish she had been in more, is different than, like, she was poorly done in Stormblood. And I think some people, I think, you know, I don't think some of you guys, when you guys are saying that you aren't necessarily differentiating those, but I do think that is a distinction. I haven't finished Stormblood, but I figured that would be the case. Yeah. If only because it got across just how far you were traveling and then back, black loading screen doesn't do it. Yeah, for the geography. Yeah, totally. Hunter, good to see you, glad to have you. Is that mountain of any significance got a whole bunch through them? That mountain is where where we'll fly out there. Well, I guess it can't fly, but I'll show you. If you look at where the mountain is, that's where Omega's beam, or like Shinryu's beam thing came down and Omega crashed through and landed. If you see the hole where Omega landed, it lines up with the mountain. So that's where that is. That's what that mountain's being like that is new and a byproduct of what happened in the battle over Baelsar's wall. Black Flame, good to see you, glad to have you. Can we classify Ranji as a Reaper Monk hybrid? No, what I'd classify him is not, I mean, like, he has abilities of Monk before he does it, and effectively his Reaper form is like a Reaper, but the thing is I would assume that it's remember that different different variants of similar things can exist in across reflections, and on the first, there was likely, maybe it was in the first Thavnair or wherever it was, a practice that, bound one to a beastly familiar in a similar way that Reaper works. So, like, on a zoomed out, not in universe scale, is he, like, effectively a Monk Reaper hybrid? Yeah, like, that's not wrong. But within universe, there is a distinction between, even though, like, Knights and Paladins have very similar skill sets, they are seen as distinct entities. So it depends on which way you want to frame it, whether it's like, yeah, absolutely, or, well, not exactly. Greetings, Scions. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, I welcome you to Castrum Oriens. Thank you, General. We're relieved to hear that the forces secured the wall without incident. Have the Imperials made any attempt to retake the Castrum since? None. Save for a few skirmishes between our scouts and their patrols, we had barely any contact with them. But we all know it's only a matter of time before things escalate. As if attacking Baelsar's wall weren't enough, Ilberd summoned a primal right on their doorstep, and Garlemald does not like to let such shows of defiance go unanswered. 'Twas the declaration of war, even if it was not Ilberd's to make, and now we are bound by it, for weal or for woe. The Scions stand ready to serve, General. What would you ask of us? As stated in my message, the Alliance will not proceed without the support and cooperation of the Alamegan people. We would have you serve as our emissaries and make contact with the Resistance. Consider it done, General. We won't let you down, I swear. Then I'll leave you to it. Godspeed. Ha! Of all the Castra in the world, you walk into mine. Master Garland, what brings you here? A certain missing Allegan weapon and Draconic Primal, Omega and Shinryu. I think the Shinobi called it? Anyway, we've been studying the Trail of Destruction. I'm hoping it might lead us somewhere, which has singularly failed to do so. Then 'tis like Omega to fell to earth and occupy territory, meaning it may already be in Imperial hands. Even so, it bears repeating that we engage the stasis system. Assuming the command was received and executed successfully, the weapon will be of no use to them. Assuming we should hurry up and find it regardless. All the more reason to reach out to the Resistance. If we want to pass on to Gyr Abania, we'll need their blessing. Everyone's counting on us. Let's not waste any more time talking. Yeah, lady, that wasn't aimed at you. That was like AC said she was poorly done earlier. So, like, remember that, like, if multiple people are saying slightly different things, I maybe not necessarily be referring to one of you in specific. I thought the mountain with the whole bunch through it was Rhalgr's thing. No. Rhalgr's Reach. No. Rhalgr's Reach is over here. The mountain is over here. So it's different areas. I'll point it out when we go in. As you probably heard, there are plenty of factions in the Resistance, so I'm taking us to see the one with the most influence. Their headquarters are located in a place called Rhalgr's Reach, an old temple to the east of here across the Velodina River. I learned a route that should allow us to avoid Imperial patrols. Stick with me and we'll be there before you know it. I really do love the transition point between Gyr Abania and the Shroud. It's one of the aspects of the region that I really do love. The hole was caused by Rhalgr throwing his wireless Xbox controller in a fit of rage over spawn campers. No, because Rhalgr's Comet is, the Rhalgr's Comet area is down here. Oh, the Comet's tail. Yeah, here. Still with me? Good. From here we'll head northeast towards the river. The water's not too deep, so we won't have to swim. So it's a bit cloudy, so it's going to be hard to point this out, but hopefully I will be able to. I never said she was poorly done, just felt like not enough. Maybe I just don't word things like a dum-dum again. No, no. Okay, also, like, it's hard to communicate the full complexity of a nuanced thought while, like, I'm able to talk a mile a minute and you guys are having to do it in text, first off. Secondly, no. I think I was more referring to AC there, because AC had worded it as such earlier. That, or also I may have just misunderstood, too. Like, don't blame yourself for it. But yeah, so Rhalgr's Reach is due, like, right this way, so it's, like, right over here. We probably can see the statue. No, the statue of Rhalgr's probably glammed, so we probably can't see it, but it's over there. And then the mountain is this way, so it's completely super different direction. But yeah, so if you look at that mountain there where the hole is, and then you look all the way, follow that all the way down to about here, that's, just past the M tribe. That's where, Omega landed. We should not linger out here in the open. Yashtola's right. We need to cross before the Imperial spot us. See, brother? Nothing to worry about. Though no one would blame you for donning your buoyancy aids just in case. At a glance, it certainly seems shallow enough. How likely was it that Rhalgr actually did send the comet to act as a beacon for Almegans? How likely? Unlikely, especially if I think if you look at, well, not impossible. Definitely not impossible. Definitely not for sure impossible, but unlikely based on what we've learned from Myths of the Realm. But also, I think you could use Myths of the Realm to suggest, well, and maybe it would make sense in the transition points during umbral calamities. So, I think you can make a case. I don't see any soldiers. Good, let's cross. Terrapin. You wondering about the tower to the south? Ooh, this. Oh, why couldn't this be a cutscene? That'd be useful shot stab for footage. It's part of the Castellum Velodina. That's where the Imperials decided to call the old bridge after they fortified it. I call it a great big eyesore. Honestly, you can't see that rotten banner from absolutely malms away. They never miss a chance to rub our noses in it, do they? Come on, we should keep moving. What would you think if Rhalgr was thinking if he was watching the events of Baelsar's Wall? Well, we know he kind of probably was. And probably thinking, you're doing what in my name now? But then again, a lot of people have done terrible things in his name anyways, so. Sounds good, Jellybean. Enjoy your lurking. Horsefon is actually a tough dude. He fought a grown man with a knife as a teenager and got shot in the arm with an arrow. Which story is that even from? Is that from a short story or from, I don't even remember where that's from. Chris, good to see you, glad to have you. Hey, late, so I'm jumping back to the beginning. Yeah, no worries. Well, when you catch up, hi. Good to see you, glad to have you. Horsefon is my dad. Right, I just thought the mountain thing was from the Rhalgr's Beacon Comet thing. I would also be mixing up the mountain with the one from Breath of the Wild. Yeah, no, so for let's check actually really quick. This is an easy thing to, if I'm not mistaken, the mountain also exists in a Stormblood sightseeing log. If I'm not mistaken. No. Oh my god, come on. Why is Gamerscape the only one that like actually puts the dialogue for these in with them? Stormblood, catch him the Gyr Let's find out for sure. Let's make sure I'm not wrong. Roaming the sacred fringes that came out of that. A monastery established some 3 centuries ago by Hemet, the high priest of the Fist of Rhalgr, in the ancient Maki language. The name means one's mirage, a reference to the arduous training that monks underwent to face their inner self in their quest to master both body and mind. It only specifies the name of the mountain. It does not specify. Oh no, and also that monastery. That monastery is the one at the foot of it, so that's not even. I don't even know if that Gyr is even necessarily. Dim World, Hidden Tear, Cold Hearth, Neoncrumb's Hope. No, that's the peaks. Yeah, we don't get anything that specifically states that. So we'll keep an eye out on side quests too, Tam, just in case I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure that is what that is a reference to, especially with how clean it is, and how that mimics exactly the cut that we see in over by Omega's falling place. And on top of that, if it was a byproduct of a comet or something, that would have been hundreds, if not, well, close to that, getting close to thousands of years ago, nearly like 1500-ish years ago, which means that you would have expected it to degrade and not be so clean a cut. But Long Branch, what? Oh, sorry to hear about your demands. I was worried for a second. Fringe's background music is somewhat melancholy. Yeah, which is appropriate, right? I think what Gyr Abania has been through the past 20 years. We're here on the other side of this pass in Rhalgr's Reach. So you say, but all I see are rocks. I presume there's some sort of trick to this. Indeed, a glamour. Good eye, Stola. I take it they have a talented mage in their ranks, or mayhap an artificer trained in the modification of glamour prisms? Something like that. The important thing is that it fools the Garleans. Oh, before we go in, I don't know if Tartaru told you, but my friend Nago, the messenger who came to the Rising Stones, is a member of this faction. So they know us, and they shouldn't attack us on sight. That said, they can be a bit jumpy, so let me lead the way, and don't go reaching for your weapons or anything. Jolly, good to see you, glad to have you. Kmar, good to see you, glad to have you. And with a sprinkle of demasking dust, all is laid bare. It is ironic that the story of Rhalgr's guiding the Alamegans is similar to Moses, or not a coincidence. I mean, like, they have the Ark of Neoncrumph. I think it's more just borrowing from mythology and, like, repetition of certain mythological ideas. Amber, good to see you, glad to have you. Foreshadowing. Exactly, Ray. I hope that hot metal bridge isn't later home to the same reptile people whose bellies will be burned by
I remember the old stories. How the breaker of worlds came down from on high and cleft the earth with a single blow. Rhalgr's Reach, a holy place, and a fitting home for the resistance, for the brave and the true, the loyal sons and daughters of Alamigo.
I've used that shot for so many things.
They were waiting for us there. Men and women whose souls still cried out for what was lost. For what could be ours again.
The measure of our reach, yeah. I do consider sending a comment as an indirect action, which they should be allowed to do it, which they should be allowed to do. No direct intervention. That's debatable, right? And I think that's a fair point. I think you could absolutely, argue that that's indirect action. I think via Hydaelyn's, what seems to be the information, obviously I think we'll get even more to clarify this as we go on with Myths of the Realm. I think that would still be classified, especially though, remember that the time under which they become, the line between worlds blurs is slight spoilers, but because I'm talking about it ambiguously, I think it's fine. Blurs during calamities and slightly after calamities. During that time, there would be no reason necessarily that he would have to be doing indirect action, or not even indirect action, but wouldn't necessarily be hidden, which could further support the reason that he would have sent the comet. Alternatively, what's likely, and kind of what I feel like Mist of the Realm implies, is more of the idea that a comet passed by and Rhalgr's Reach happened to be the place where some witnessed Rhalgr by accident post a calamity due to the nature of how the worlds shift between. So, yeah, I think, I don't think you're necessarily, you may end up being right, and I think we'll know more as we go. 12 still let the Spro can pretty much do as they will. The 12 are complicated. In Rhalgr's name, I will kick this baby through a field goal. Helene must have told Rhalgr, you too. I mean, almost all the Gauls have had terrible things done in their names. Horshavan's story is Vows Unbroken. His story about how he became a knight. Right, that's the one I'm forgetting. And it's been so long since I read that one. Speaking of, it is in this storybook. I haven't reread the Heavensward ones in a while. If you want a copy of these, we will be raffling off one of these on probably this Saturday's community stream. Wait, Gyr is from Maki? I know that ended up in Gyr Abania. That makes sense the language would be related. Yeah, that was from a while ago. Well, it's interesting. If it may be the Gyr, it may be the Khaim. Let's double check the Gyr Khaim really quick. Ago by Haymart, High Priest of the Fist of Rhalgr. In the ancient Maki language, the name means one's mirage. Well, Gyr does mean one, I believe, right? A reference to the arduous training. Right, because Gyr Abania means one's land. So, yeah, okay, so I guess so. Which makes sense, yeah, because of the Maki and the Amdapori that ended up there. That makes sense since the language would be related, yeah. Since this is YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Yes, please. Thank you. It's much appreciated. It helps to suggest these videos to the larger populace, which means we get more people to talk to. Good eyes, Y'shtola. Lise, I'm blind. But do you really want to say that, Ray, or are you saying it because you're contractually obligated? Right, it was the narration that threw me off. It's been a while since I saw this cutscene. Yeah. That's where the trailer happened. Yes. That's where my date with Lise will happen. What about my date with Urianger? That is called Shadowbringer. Well, that's called Endwalker on Mari Lamentorum when you have a date with Urianger. Join our YouTube channel for the low price of not much a month. You get custom emojis, special badges, and the warm fuzzy feeling of supporting your favorite archivists. And get to do things like Long Branch, where you just get to shout gay bulge all over again. Random sidetrack due to snack time at work, feeling when you borrow and get ready to get stuck in the vending machine. Oh. Don't die by having a vending machine fall on you. Apparently that's more common than shark attacks. What I said is a theory, so yeah, it's a chance I'm wrong. Yeah, no, but more my point was to say, like, actually, I think there's evidence suggests that you could be right. I don't think there's evidence that immediately suggests you're wrong. So it more meant that in, like, support of. I don't know if it's my primary one I'd go with, but I think there's room to see it that way. You'll forgive us the precautions, but we couldn't be sure who'd cross the barrier. We see you now for who you are, though the scions of the seventh dawn. Damn! Enjoy your Archon and your lovely emotes! Now, I know you would not have come all this way unless you had something important to discuss, and I'm eager to hear what it is you have to say. But let's not do this on the doorstep, eh? Come with me. Who would win in a fight, a tiger, shark, or a Coca-Cola vending machine? I think it depends on the arena. I mean, if you're in the water, I'm pretty sure it's the shark. If you're on land, I'm pretty sure it's the vending machine. If you're on the internet and trying to arouse furries, I'm pretty sure it's the tiger. So, I mean, well, I don't know. I feel like furries kind of get hot and bothered for vending machines, but... Help! Tease Archons and praise the eternally hungering Eldritch God, Algorithm! Beautiful, Des. Beautiful. Or Demons. Beautiful. I could have sworn it was supposed to include some sort of special message there. Well, if not, I take your sentiment all to heart all the same. Which is the most devastating job lore-wise? Like, if your War of Light entered battlefield, the field would tremble. Well, the thing is, and this is a repeated notion that's really important, is that jobs aren't necessarily, like, in lore you can make an argument that certain jobs are more powerful than other jobs under given context. Like Black Mage could be particularly powerful, but one of the really important vital things is that the practitioner is the most important part. Like, literally, we just in the past in 3.5 you have a side conversation with Coltene who says, like, hey, like, the same person with the same job, effectively, who know the same spell, can both use it, and one of them can be way more powerful than the other. Like, one white mage could be one more powerful than another white mage because of the practitioner's skill. So none of the jobs in and of themselves would I look to and say, like, oh, the ground would tremble from it. it is more of a byproduct of the strength of the individual practicing it. That said, in terms of like raw destructive power, probably Black Mage would be, in lore, the most likely candidate. I think if I had to pick one. We plan operations here when we're not entertaining important guests like yourself. When we first met back in the Shroud, I took you for just another adventurer by Rhalgr. I still can't believe how far you've come. Yeah, if you remember, we met Mefred in A Realm Reborn. Blue gets cast spells that normal people can't imagine casting. Yes, but like most normal people can't imagine casting fire and ice spells like a Black Mage either.
Allow me to welcome you once more to Rhalgr's Reach, our humble headquarters. My name is Conrad Kemp, and I have the dubious honor of overseeing operations here.
I know that voice.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kemp. I am Alphino Leveilleur of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, as are my comrades.
Good lore questions
Before
today,
I
by the
speak
way,
about
guys.
purpose here, pray allow me to thank you for sheltering Ida, forgive me, Lys, and Papalymo at great risk to yourselves.
Called it.
No, there's no need for that. They risked their necks for us enough times. 'Twas the least we could do.
I wanted to, I mean, about the mask and...
Don't fret over that. You're not the first person to take up arms against the Empire under a false name. We'd do the same if we had any sense.
That's why I know
My
it.
condolences for your loss, child.
Same voice actor as Monteshane.
Papalymo laid down his life to save us, to give us a chance to make a better future for ourselves. There will never be a better time to drive the Garleans from our lands. But we have to take the lead on this. We can't leave it to fanatics like Ilberd.
More than a few of our people were taken in by his promises. Followed him all the way to the wall. Good men and women who never came back. When Monago told us what had happened, how the bastard had made sacrifices of them for his twisted ritual, by Rhalgr it filled me with an unholy fury. But what's done is done. Best we can do now is see that it wasn't all in vain.
That is why we are here today, sir, to see that some good comes of this tragedy. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, we do hereby extend a formal offer of military assistance to the Alamegan resistance.
Do you now? Well, go on then. I'm sure there's more to it than that.
Well, thank you for drawing it,
So that's
lady.
the way of it, eh? The Alliance, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones. My comrades and I must confer on your proposal.
Blinkster,
A
good to see you,
moment,
glad to
if
have you.
please.
Of course, Master Kemp. Take all the time you require.
All of your messages are special. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Long Branch. Honestly, but White Mages wouldn't shock the land that much. No, the White Mage was locked away for worry of it using, like, you come in as a White Mage, like, here's the thing. The Padgel are White Mages, effectively. So the thing is that White Mage wouldn't be, if anything, none of the healers would be a big shocker. And if any of them were, it would be Ast, arguably. And when you look at picky characters like Silvestri, Ast within lore would be probably the one you would think of, like, could do some crazy shit. In terms of ground shaking, I mean, like, Raw Fury would be, for, like, tanks would go to Warrior or Dark Knight. It's not the power isn't necessarily greater in one or the other, but, you know. DPS, I mean, it really, again, depends on the DPS user. But Black Mage is one of the few things that it was an art that's lost that really, almost damn near effectively no one has actually access to the full breadth of Shitoto's magics, other than you as an individual. So Black Mage, I think, is arguably the one that is the most devastating. Do super chat. My color so real shit. Listen to the voice, because it makes Deadpool happy. Speaking of Deadpool, buddy. The door might be closed. Is it explicitly stated where the first red mages were born? Yes, here in Gyr Abania. They came as a byproduct of the Maki and Amdapori, the remnants of the Maki and Amdapori after the 6th Emerald Calamity, after the Flood. Many of them ended up here, and the practices of black and white magic were put together in order to create red magic. And the other thing about red magic is that whereas black and white magic draw aether ambiently, red magic only draws aether from oneself in order to prevent drawing on your environmental energies and upsetting the balance, which is that upsetting the War of the Magi, and that upsetting of the balance is what caused the calamity in the first place. That's why when we get to the peaks, there's also the Ziggurats, which is actually an ancient red mage structure that was created in the fallout of the 6th Emerald Calamity as a way to like supposedly stabilize the aether, and there's actually a lot of like red mage texts and stuff in and around that area. Very interesting lore for the red mage. So it would seem we find ourselves with a surfeit of free time. Forgive me. You're free to look around Rhalgr's Reach, in fact. It would encourage you to do so. It gives you a better grasp of our current circumstances. Thank you, Master Kemp. I believe we will do just that. Let us make the most of the opportunity and assess the Resistance's capabilities. Free to poke our noses wheresoever we will, eh? I like the sound of that. Well, I already know this place inside and out. I can show you around if you like, Elio. I'm gonna be honest. Great, let's get started. I kinda like the monk outfit. Like, this is not like a glam that I would choose to be like my main glam, but like, no, like having, you know, exposed, the tattoos, the color. Man, fuck corporate, like, grays, like, lifeless tones. Like, let's have some goddamn color in this life. I love it. Would it be weird in the narrative standpoint to have a corruption arc? Depends on what you mean by corruption arc, but, so, like, you have to give me a pitch on that, Yukio, but I can answer your question based on that. I'll bet you think that the Resistance is mostly made up of Alamegan Highlanders, like me, but the truth is that we don't even account for half. We've got the Hellsguard from all the way over in the Spine in here, and plenty of Seekers of the Sun like Nago. There's even some beastmen, well, beast women, I suppose, like that one over there. She's an Ananta. They've been with us for a while now. Well, one of the smaller factions has. The rest won't have anything to do with us. We're no different from the Garleans to them. They keep themselves spreading all their time crafting. Ananta make the most amazing jewelry, by the way. They use magics to twist metals and crystals into shapes you wouldn't believe. It's a pity people hardly ever get to see their work, but then most don't even know they exist. That's enough about them, anyway. Let's take a closer look at the statue of Rhalgr, shall we? Blitzballer would be a huge shock, Squeenix, please. I don't know that'd be a huge shock, but like, in terms of like, I think for a lot of, I think half the player base would be a huge delight, and then the other half would be a huge despair. I'm afraid I can't share that unless I want to be banned from the server forever. Nothing scary and horrifying and extreme, I promise. Apparently, Lady does the drawings of the nudes, and we do not necessarily allow such art, sadly, on the screenshot and art for our Discord. White stone and wind. Black, ice, and fire. I'm not sure. Are you guys talking about white stone black because of P8S? Blue, random bullshit, go. Yeah, I mean, blue is random bullshit, go. I mean, these creatures really... Like, the thing is, again, like, blue spells are interesting and different and weird, but... And, like, have crazy applications, but it in and of itself is not, like, crazy... Like, we don't conflate mechanical overpowered for, lore overpowered. And within the lore, the blue mage is not itself like seen as like something insane. It's just a different way of using other, you know, creature skills in order to use their, you know. You just want to show Elio's yeah, you know it. Just check out those abs. I worked hard. Actually, do I have like? No, I don't have any of the workout emotes. Damn it. You need a good storyline for Blitzball. A good storyline. I could write a good storyline for Blitzball. There are so many versions of. You could literally just write Waka's story from 10, a version of that for 14, and make that the Blitzball story. Pretty awe-inspiring, isn't it? The Breaker of Worlds who guided our ancestors to these lands all these centuries ago. Yida used to tell me the story on stormy nights. She wanted me to understand, to remember. At the end of the 5th astral era, when the waters rose higher and higher, people all across Eorzea beseeched the heavens for a sign, and lo, a burning star appeared in the eastern sky, and led the way to these mountains of Gyr Abania. They who were saved by his grace pledged to honor and revere him, to devote themselves to great works, without him and without and within. A storm of blood approaches fast, hell's open and heavens weep, for no one's soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. The last part was inscribed on this stone by a monk of the Fist of Rhalgr. Yda explained it to me. A day will come bringing strife and sorrow that none may escape. Waste not these precious hours, but in quiet preparation make strong the body and mind. I don't know if the storm of blood is finally upon us, but if it is, I have to believe that everything we've been through, everything that has led us here to this point, will see us through to the end. Ah, sorry, this was all a bit melodramatic, wasn't it? Let's keep moving, shall we? Off to the infirmary. Scarlet, good to see you, glad to have you. The storyline would be playing Blitzball. Well, I mean, like, that'd be part of the storyline, but, like, you can, honestly, you could, like, literally just omit the actual playing of it, kind of like they do in large swaths of 10, and still, like, have a story around it about forming a team or being part of forming a team. Yeah, it would be fantastic. I don't have E1 and 2, so just to be clear, only the Warrior of Light is the newest Black Mage. Yes, well, yeah, effectively, yes. Because you're the only one who has the stone. You have the Black Mage Soul Stone that actually contains Shitoto's magic, particularly. There are some caveats to that, and also a question of, well, by being a sorceress, is in one sense, you still effectively a Black Mage? And no, I would argue no. I think the text is pretty clear on that. But yeah, effectively the Warrior of Light is the only Black Mage, really. There are what you could consider proto-Black Mages, people trying to relearn the arts, but the only one who's like an effective, like true Black Mage is you. This is the infirmary, as you can probably tell. Here's where the Resistance healers patch up the wounded and tend to the sick. No matter how carefully planned our operations, casualties were inevitable. It's a sad thing to think about, but it's also important to remember the cost, as Conrad would say. We should go. I'll show you to the Aetheryte Plaza. Yeah, that's like also part of the thing that like Stormblood's really good about and like really emphasizing like there's a cost to war. You too are coming to inspect the facilities. As you can see, they have done well to set aside much space, but their supplies are insufficient. We examined the patients and offered what assistance we could. However, for many of their injuries, time and bed rest are the only effective treatment. Michael, good to see you, glad to have you. But yeah, Yukio, what was that corruption question you had? Did you explain further? Test flight, yeah. I love that 14 is kind of narrative where Kemp realistically, cynically considers the Alliance's gain in supporting the Resistance. Yeah, me too, Michael. Totally agree. I love that there's that nuance and broader context. Wild plot pitch for future story. Warrior of Light from an alternate future comes to our timeline that's in our reincarnation. Doesn't that sound crazy? That sounds crazy and I would hate it. Let me put it like this way. They have been really good about walking a very fine line on the use of time travel thus far. If they did that, that would be them jumping the shark for me. Now everyone's line is different, but I would fucking hate that. Especially because the reason that time ends up being used the way it is in a fixed loop. Whereas that would necessitate, like, things not... Still, you could work that into a fixed loop, but, like, also, why? To, like, what effect and what purpose? And also now you've officially locked in what the future is... I mean, like, not supposed to be, like, because you obviously have the 8th Umbral timeline, fall timeline, so, like, there can be alternate futures that are not the futures that come to pass. When you've seen one Aetheryte, you've seen them all, right? Not quite. This one's an older design, dating back decades to when the Fist of Rhalgr was still here. It may look a little different, but it works just as well as any others. I'll show you where the soldiers are next, but don't forget to attune to the Aetheryte before we go. Hey, Rip, good to see you, glad to have you. Mighty Moogles for team name. Look, I just love the drawing my aesthetic woman with less clothes, and that's not even a joke. Yeah, and many people appreciate such things. But I respect the server, and I may start posting the ladies in the future elsewhere for people to see, and other stuff. Look, if you guys want to make a Final Fantasy, a T After Dark Discord or something so you can go wild in it, be my guest. Well, maybe not be my guest, but... Not the first, I suspect, not the last time I heard of a sport uses combat art. Yeah. What would be the armor for Blitzballer based on X? I mean, I think you literally would just create a variant of, like, Waka's armor, or, like, the Besaid Aurochs as a starting point. Arms, armor, potions, you name it, and these folks got it. The Resistance would be a bad way without brave merchants to keep it provisioned. If you're short on anything or need something repaired, these are the people to speak to. Oh, and Alfino and Alice are here. Why don't we see how they're getting on? Was about to ask via Discords and DMs. Yeah, hey, if you want a lady to send you PG-13 stuff or commission or whatever, definitely go do that. You can at her on our Discord to like get her, or just like look her name up. Wild plot pitch: a man has fallen into the river in Lego City. Hey, build the helicopter off the rescue. Prepare the lifelines. Oh, Long Branch. I forgot the person you get your Black Mage stone from. I thought they were also Black Mage. No, because those are the tribes. So they not worship, but they're followers of the art. The Amalja, I believe, that gives it to you. I believe it's the Amalja for the group. But they are not Black Mage themselves. They are thaumaturges and they are practitioners of the art. But there's a difference between people who follow in the art of Black Mage or are trying to learn those arts or have a certain baseline level of spells, but don't have full capacity to use the full range of it and like the full breadth of Shitoto's abilities. Which, really, you're the only one that's shown to that, other than, I'm forgetting her name. Lalai? No, what is it? What's her name? Black Mage Quest. No, Lalai, I was right. Well, go me. Lalai. Probably. I think she's a Doomtook. Come to take the measure of our friendly neighborhood's merchants. They're a bold lot, that much is plain. If the Imperials found out they were peddling their wares to the Resistance, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. 'Tis a gamble, aye, and I admire their courage, but their motives could hardly be said to be altruistic. Ah, here you are. I've been looking all over for you. We've finished discussing your proposal, and we're ready to receive you all back at the tent. I've sent someone to fetch your stolen Kryl, so if you'd like to follow me. Basically the Warrior of Light corrupted by the Void. Yeah, well, so the thing is that effectively Shadowbringer's already done that, because there's no difference really between doing that narrative for Umbrality or Astrality. So, like, effectively Shadowbringers has already hit that arc. And also, our corruption with the Void wouldn't really make sense ambiently because of the amount of protections we have as an individual. We would have to be there for an excessively long time, and even then, it really wouldn't make sense for why we wouldn't just leave. So I think it's a far more interesting story to talk about those who were already corrupted by the Void, namely the Void Sent. So I don't see it making any sense, especially because the only version of that story that really makes sense in universe for the Warrior of Light is the way that they handle the version of it in Shadowbringers. But broadly, corruption stories for people would be interesting. But also, corruption story for the Warrior of Light, also, it kind of goes against narratively the elements that they're interested in telling around the Warrior of Light as an individual as well. So I would look more to other characters and their corruption rather than specifically the Warrior of Light. Because even the way it's used in Shadowbringers doesn't necessarily affect our disposition or personality so much as the reality of our physical existence. Trying to talk around it, not too specific, obviously, because we did not hit Shadowbringers yet. We've only started Stormblood! And at this pace, I'm going to get through Stormblood in 6 years. Mark, good to see you, glad to have you. Jubilant, good to see you, glad to have you.
We have reached a consensus. I, Conrad Kemp, do hereby accept the Eorzean Alliance's proposal. You must understand, however, that our cooperation comes with certain caveats.
Those caveats being...
I take no joy in this, just so you know. Were it within my power, I'd offer you more assistance. But the Resistance is far more fragmented than you realize. The men and women in my care belong to but one of many factions. Simply put, I can only speak for the people of Rhalgr's Reach. Now, I have every intention of appealing to the others, and I expect many will agree, but it will take time, and I cannot guarantee universal support.
Understood. I shall see that the Alliance is under no misapprehensions as to your position.
Much obliged.
God, the boring...
But that's not the whole of it. As you can imagine, the loss of those who cast their lot with the Griffin left us short on numbers.
I think some people would disagree with me on this, and perhaps vehemently so, but God, the boring version of this story is just, we recruit them and they're on our side. Then we go to Doma and recruit them and we're on our side. And then we go and fight the Arlene Empire. It's so, I love that there's so much more like nuance to like the struggle in Stormblood. But that slows it down, which I think is one of the reasons
Some of our most trusted veterans died at the wall. And we've had to fill their posts with the young and inexperienced. Frankly, everything's in a right bloody mess.
Oh, we'd be more than happy to help you get back on your feet. If we're going to work together, we'll be doing ourselves a favor.
Well, there's no shortage of work to be done, that's for sure. We're in dire need of new blood, too.
Ishtola and I could lend a hand in the infirmary. From what I saw, they could do with a few more healers.
Very well.
Willow.
I, for my part, shall return to the Rising Stones. I'm certain there are others among the Scions who would welcome the opportunity to fight for Alamegan liberation.
If you guys want to make an 18+ sloppy T Discord, I will endorse that. We can do that. But we got to figure out how to do it right.
Is there anything else we can do to help?
I had something else in mind for you lot. Monargo and Mefred will tell you more.
Understood. We won't let you down.
We can talk about that after stream. Also, now I'm imagining like the logo for it being a shaky cup that's like sloshing all over the place. Right then, Minago and Mefred are to be our keepers. Knowing not of what they require, one task is good as the other. Make your choice, Elio. Oh, you know what? I've got an idea. This is a good time. Okay, I'm asking a poll, so while I catch up on chat, you guys can pick who we do first. Time travel exists, Alexander. Blitzballer using scouting armor. Yeah, Blitzballer using scouting armor makes sense. I just got here to tea about Sloppy Discord being created. Yeah. Be our guest, put our content to the test. I meant the trainer in Ul'dah who wears the Black Mage artifact armor. Yeah, no, the lie is, and Kukuruka? No. But no, she's not technically a Black Mage. She is a practitioner of the Black Magic arts, but, like, she's not, like, there's a difference between, like, Black Mage as defined, like, what, like, your Warrior of Light is in terms of the, like, totality of your power. She's not at your level in any way. Not just because you're another Warrior of Light, but also because, like, the actual practices of Black Magic are, like, an extreme balance. It gets weird, right? Like, the Maki didn't necessarily have Black Mages in terms of, like, what Shatoto was, but they had Black Mages in terms of, like, people wearing the artifact armor, casting similar, using very much the same kinds of spells, but not to the same degree. Imagine that they were all level 50 Black Mages. This is not a good way of explaining it because they're still both Black Mages. But imagine they're all kind of like level 50 Black Mages and you're level 90 Black Mage when you start, like in terms of like a comparison point. Oh my God, you guys have a lot of stuff. What's this about Sloppy Discord? Also, hello. Yeah, Mark, good to see you. Glad to you. Willow, maybe we'll turn that thing. Yeah. Do you like what we do? Consider showing your support and sign up for Patreon at www.patreon.com. Eorzean Archives, and it goes a long way to helping us make this whole thing sustainable. And I'm gonna go get Deadpool in a second. Want to interject personal feelings that I don't think we're going to meet our 13 reflection in the story. I really doubt we will. I'm pretty with you on that, AC. I wouldn't say I really doubt. I would say 60-40, 60 we won't, 40 we will. But yeah, I think there's a lot. I think you think that they've already played that out with certain other characters, where it's not necessary. But at the same time, there are enough characters that they could occupy that spot that maybe. Yeah, but I don't think I don't think that's a crazy idea. I do get RP venue announcement, so it's halfway there. Yeah, that'd be the boring version for, yeah, Stormblood. And this expansion will be considered like a walking deterrent, not a nuclear deterrent, but a more of a powerful asset. Well, no, because remember that we're behind the lines for this expansion. Like they don't really know where the Warrior of Light is. We're less of a deterrent and we're more of an instigator than anything. So like notice that when we go to places where like the Arvina finds us, like Greenwatt finds us, they go in and like try to stop us or like, so no, very much not. If anything, like there really aren't deterrents, just antagonists. Because the not peace, but basically the like holding the line mentality has broken at this point. And now like people are there's actually a power struggle. Issa, good to see, glad to have you. We're having a good time. Yeah, it depicts well the difficulties of trying to recruit unentrained peasants to just rise up because we say so, and also the realities of what it's like to live under occupation. I mean, not even only to a certain amount, but like in reality, like when you've been beat down over and over and over again, and nothing has changed, and when people have tried to rise up, it's resulted in, you know, things becoming worse. It's, you know, like there's just enough. There's more nuance to it than just being a war story. The thing is, it's a story about war as well as, rather than just being the war part of the war story. It's like the realities that come, you know, that when war happens, innocents die. Like that is one thing you can promise will happen. Innocent people will be harmed and die. Looks like 18+T will be a thing. Always my girl Nago. Let's go, Issa. Who's the sexiest job NPC? I'll have that discussion later. Hilda. Well, it's Hilda. I mean, but like, is she the job NPC? Because I would say Stevonovan's the job NPC for Machinist. 18+T called it Arnold Palmer. Yeah, that's basically what the plan is, lady. At J, I thought this was lemonade. So the main Discord is, of course, true. All right, time for me to head out. See ya, Tam. Geez, out from work. Realities of occupation, most video games won't touch. Yeah, and often do so poorly. Looks like people are on the Nago train, so we're doing Nago first. And if I'm not mistaken, Nago is the fringes, and then Mefrid's the peaks. So that works out well. Druin's sexiest hand down. Druin is a silver-haired fox. Speaking of silver-haired foxes. Before we begin, I'd like to thank you for the scions again for patching me up after I bled all over your floor. I owe you my life, and I won't forget that. Furthermore, it was rude of me not to run off without saying a word. It's all well and good for me to claim in my duties here, couldn't wait, but a parting thank you was the very least you deserved. My apologies. It does feel like they, introduced Minago and they were gonna add, a cutscene with her or something of us talking to her to, inform us of some of this, and then they, either forgot to or cut it last minute. Because, the fact that she shows up and they kind of introduce her and then don't do anything until here is, a little weird. And thank you. Now to business. Commander Kemp's entrusted me with a formal reply to be hand-delivered to the Alliance leadership. Covers everything we discussed, as well as detailing the disposition of our forces. What I need is an escort, one of 2 men at most, so we can make it to the wall swiftly and without attracting undue attention. Very well, I shall join you in this. General Aldine commands the forces of Castrum Oriens. It should be simple enough to see it into his hands. Great! That's just what I wanted to hear. When you're ready to depart, meet me at the pass leading out to the Reach. What are we talking about? Loifa. Oh, you can take Mefrid's right away as well? Well, let's go ahead and we'll just start doing this first. I claimed this one, I claimed that one. Was there another one, or is it just those 2 Aetherites? It is. What's the best B city? Because the options for B cities technically are Revenant's Toll, Idleshire, Rhalgr's Reach, Yulmore, and Thavnair. I mean, fuck, man, Thavnair is, effectively an A city. By, the standards of some of the others. Oh, Silver-haired fox, maybe I should stop hiding my gray. Yeah, there you go. Embrace the silver-haired life, like me. Got everything you need. Good, then let's be off. I noticed everyone's quieting down. I'm wondering if everyone ran to the 18+ Discord already. Hard choice between Ilshire and Yulmore. Yeah. Sorry, I had to respond to a message real quick. I just went the wrong way. My choice is Jacquinard for Astrologian Quest. I'm a sucker for himbos. Would never have thought of him as a himbo, but hey, whatever floats your boat. Half asleep as usual, so ignore me. I feel like Yulmore's, I don't know, I feel like as they go though, like the A towns get, and I'm not to say better and better, because I know like Jubilant, I know like you're not as big of a fan of Thavnir or as Rezat Han, but at the same time, I like the like spaciousness and like amount of things that are interesting and to do. I feel like ever increase as they go on. Like if you compare Yulmore even to like Idleshire, I mean like honestly Idleshire and Rhalgr's are pretty comparable. Just spacing out of work for me being quiet. Yeah, no worries. I haven't made it yet. 30 minutes. I love Rhalgr's Reach personally. I go to Idleshire most of the, so maybe it wins Wondrous Trials. Yeah, that's an interesting point, that because there's certain things that have ended up there. Quiet, hear that? That was a ceruleum engine backfiring. Imperials! Ye gods, you've preternatural senses. I didn't hear a thing. When you grow up hunting in these lands, you learn to discern the sounds that could mean life and death. By the Predator on patrol, from what I'm hearing, we have 7-man patrol augmented with single Magitech armor. Wide search patterns, divided into 3 teams. I don't think they know we're here. It's risky, but we should split up and try to take them all by surprise at the same time. We don't want them calling reinforcements. 3 teams, 3 of us. Nothing for it then. Where are they? Head north. You should see them long before they see you. I'll deal with the ones to the south. The armor should be just the west. Alio's best equipped to deal with that. We attack at 5. That should be enough time to get into position. Rendezvous with the west bank after that. Any questions? No? Then's good luck. Is it dangerous when Alice is making the etheric weapon? Dangerous in what way? That she has to summon it and she's vulnerable? Or dangerous as in like the amount of aether she has to like summon onto herself? Fine, you wanna go? Let's go. Oh, hey, I'm level 60. I actually have my Oppo. Oh god, I've now actually got to learn how to use that appropriately. Okay, which ones give what? I'm gonna have to learn how to actually play 60 Monk, because I have no idea. I learned how to play 50 Monk pretty decently. Cathra, good to see you, glad to have you. Health in general? No, not necessarily. It's kind of more comparable to thinking about, like, is it dangerous for you to go on a sprint because it takes up your energy to go for a run because it takes your energy to go for a run, right? More comparable to that than to like, oh, you're expending your permanent life force to do so. Master Blitz is fun. Yes. I'm actually gonna have to. I'm gonna be doing things that are gonna seem really weird for a bit as I'm like testing out some of the differences for 60. Also, I need to make sure. I may have not been adding abilities. P? Yeah. Masterful Blitz. Already have Masterful Blitz on. Okay, but where do I put Masterful Blitz? That's... Well, for now, I'll just click. Form Shift. Already got that. Yeah, Riddle of Earth is until 64. So, okay. Think of those Aetherpool weapons in POTD like that. Actually, Aetherpool weapons in terms of lore is a little bit... I'm not sure. I don't know if there's like specific dialogue that's given about an explanation, like a deep explanation for them. I would imagine there is, but I actually don't know I don't off the top of my head remember the metaphysics around them. I'm not familiar with 10. Is the Lulu character a black mage? Yeah, effectively. There really aren't classes or jobs in 10, but effectively that is the archetype she is. The thing is that the sphere grid works in such a way that like anyone could be a black mage, but in terms of what they're like aping off of, especially as at her start, The same way that Kamari is the closest, is technically a blue mage and also a dragoon. Like, Titus is a warrior, kind of. You know, Waka's a blitzballer, ranged, like doesn't really have like, you know, is it technically the archer? I guess. Yuna being a summoner is a classic example, but she's also the white mage. Riku is the thief. It looks like everything went to plan. Not that I'm surprised. The 3 soldiers I faced didn't put up much of a fight. Most of the Imperials we go out to here are conscripts from provinces with little training and even less conviction. It's grim work killing men and women like that, but don't doubt they'd do the same to you if the roles were reversed. And don't you dare pity a man in armor. Conscript or no, soldiers pilot in one of those can kill a dozen good men in a blink of an eye. Not that I need tell you that, after what happened at the wall. Right, I believe we rested long enough. We should resume our journey before someone notices they're missing patrol. Tenku, good to see you, glad to have you. I'm a bit late, I was wondering if you enjoyed Stormblood the first time around. I did! I like Stormblood, the first time around I like Stormblood more than Heavensward, which I think some people find a little bit sacrilegious. Not by much, and I think that the highs of Heavensward were stronger, but I thought the overall experience of Stormblood I preferred. But we'll see, you know, we'll see how much that holds up this time around. Waka is whatever job breaks armor break, which is usually berserk or something. But then you could argue that armor break is also given to Orin pretty early on, and especially with the giant greatsword. Is he the berserker or is he the samurai? Because he's also like literally his clothing and archetype is used for partly the inspiration of samurai for this game. It's like 14 constantly with all the different things combines multiple things with everyone. We're clear. Only Alliance patrols ahead. I actually preferred Stormblood to Heavensward too, but by a lot, but mostly Scions for Scion reasons. You said the forces at Castrum Ornines were under the command of Flame General Rabana Dean, did you not? By Rhalgr, the Bull of Alamigo himself. I never dreamed I'd have a chance to meet the legend. So you know, I feel like it's moments like this, right? So like that we're stopping at 3 points with Minago to like have her get a little bit of context while we continue on. That I think for some people one of the reasons they don't like, especially I treat Stormblood as 4 acts effectively. First act is Gyr Abania and is the peak / fringes. Second 2 acts are all in Othard, and then the 4th act is coming back to Gyr Abania. To me, I see the. I think, like, you know, stopping and starting like that, I think harkens back to something a little more ARR-y. Even if that information that's provided in context, they give you an idea of what it's like that she's had to grow up on a war front constantly, that she's always paying attention and listening out for stuff like that. It can give you context by having you stop and start like that. Honestly, I think what part of the problem is to
It is good to see you again, my friends. I hope you are here to tell me you have made contact with the Resistance.
We are, General. Allow me to introduce Minago of Rhalgr's Reach.
At your service, sir. And may I say what an absolute honor it is to stand before the Bull of Alamigo.
Yeah, makes sense.
These are not the Blood Sands, girl. You and I are but soldiers on a battlefield fighting for the same cause.
As you say, General.
Just didn't work for you, yeah.
On behalf of Commander Kemp of the Alamigan Resistance, I present to you our formal response.
Yeah, Tenku, that's a good way of putting it.
Good.
Well, I'm glad everything was good.
I'm glad we've reached an accord. Though I was not aware you had suffered such losses.
Aye. Some of our finest took part in the Griffin's doomed assault, and we've been struggling to find new recruits ever since. The massacres cast a pall over the whole Resistance, and many who might once have been open to joining us have since thought better of it.
After all of the Griffin's false promises, one can hardly blame them. They have no desire to give their lives for a lost cause.
The one she uses currently, yes. Soon enough, no, though. There actually might be...
We will not lie to them. This is war, and lives will be lost. Yet what we offer is not the fever dream of a madman, but true hope.
The people need proof of this, Father. Let us show it to them. I say we stand shoulder to shoulder with our new allies and engage the Garleans in open warfare. The Resistance must demonstrate that they can hold their own against Imperial regulars. And with our assistance, I am confident they can do just that. If we can achieve even a token victory, I believe it will serve to rekindle the hope of the Alamegan people and inspire them to rise up once more.
Aye. Once word spread that we'd won a battle against the Garleans, I'd wager we'd have new recruits flocking to us from malms around. The question is, when and where do we strike?
I'm glad you asked. I have a plan.
Gotta love Pippin. Let me check something real quick. Trying to remember if there's actually a specific note on her ethereal weapon. I don't see it. However, I feel like I remember that somewhere there was actually a specific note on her ethereal weapon talking about it. But yeah, I'm a big fan of desert zones or ones like this. Could be a part of why I enjoy Stormblood. So I think one struggle is that being set in Abalathia like it is, the problem is that the mountainous aspect, the mountainous arid aspects to the fringes, the peaks, and even the locks to a great extent makes them all way too similar in a way that where even at least with Doma, you get like 3 very different maps, like a very big dichotomy, whereas the Gyr Abania region is really small. So actually, you know, we'll finish this so I can show the map. Our scouts recently informed me of an interesting development at Castrum Veladina, namely the arrival of a shipment rumored to have come from the research and development facilities near the capital, containing prototype Magitech armor. If our assessments of the armor is to be field tested here, most likely against Alliance forces, mayhap before the day is out. Hey guys, we're gonna do Roban Savage! Damn it all, more Magitech weapons, that's the last thing we need. Your concern is not unwarranted, but we needn't despair just yet. The shipment is thought to be contained in a single heavy unit and one of 2 support units. With a well-laid ambush, we're confident we can destroy them all, hindering their development and delaying further deployment. And should we carry this out with our joint endeavor with the Resistance, they will have the rallying cry. It would mean dropping all the pretense from the Alliance not to want to go to war for the Empire, but you have a lot more folk willing to stand up and fight if they knew they weren't alone, and you're going to have to do it eventually anyway. Exactly, and so what I propose is simple. We harry their patrols to bait them into bringing their prototype weapons to East End, where our Resistance allies will take them from behind. Simple indeed, and well within our capabilities. I see no reason to delay, especially if the field test is imminent. What say you? Assuming the Vice Marshal's intelligence is accurate, I agree with his assessment and fully support his plan. I shall notify my comrades at once. Understood. I shall have one of my men bring the details of the plan anon. And we, for our part, will be fighting with the Alliance, yes? I somehow doubt you were intended to sit on this one out. Am I crazy? She doesn't get that one in Shadowbringers. She gets, however, Stormblood. The one she gets as a gift during when we're headed over to Doma, right? Because it's not her Shadowbringer's weapon. It's technically her Stormblood weapon. Okay, let's look at the map real quick. So, in terms of like geography, and this is one of the reasons that Stormblood ended up being 2 locations, because originally they wanted to do Alamigo the same way they did Kurthus, but the problem is that Kurthus has Kurthus and the Dravania, so you've actually got a section. Gyr Abania is not very big, so to set an entire expansion here and make it geographically distinct was never going to work, which is part of why you have Oathguard. But remember, like, you get to see, you know, Kugane, which is here, and then you get to the Ruby Tide, which is here, you get the Yanxia and then the Steppe, so they're very geographically different. Now, this isn't to rationalize that, oh, you know, it should be fine or whatever, but because of that, Gyr Abania ends up having its 3 maps look relatively similar, especially the fringes and the peaks. The reason that and also, I like deserts. Like, I love Amarang. But the thing is, they aren't really deserts. They're arid, right? They're rocky, arid, and mountainous. And so because of that, there's even less of distinguishing, like, geographical aspects to them, even though they try to, with the peaks, make the mountains for them slightly different with the elevated things and the flying things and stuff. And if you look closely, the fringes and the peaks are very different, but without looking closely, they just kind of, like, meld together. Absolutely think that's fair. The locks at least have the salt flats, which kind of becomes a really large distinguishing feature. Now, this may not be true for any of you. This may not be the reason you guys don't like them or whatever. I'm just giving reasons why I think part of it happens. One of the reasons I really enjoy them, though, is that if you're actually going close, they have a lot of really interesting lore things. Like, they have the Ziggurat, Nyunkrump's Hope, and they have a bunch of stuff that is really fascinating with really long-term lore implications and references. So if you're a lore guy, these maps are improved a lot. Now, that's not a justification for saying, oh, like, well, if you're lore, they're good. It's just, there are reasons why I think I mind them less. But I totally think that that making them look similar, which is the right choice in universe, to an extent, makes them more boring. Now, and if you don't like arid and rocky and mountainous anyways, you know, that only compounds. You've got 3 whole maps for an expansion that aren't your fave. So, I definitely think that plays into it. We've been careful to avoid needless shows of force to this side of the wall, but that's all about to change, and when it does, you may be sure they'll send their new toys out to entertain us. I would ask you to participate in this operation, but from that look I see it's a foregone conclusion. My thanks. Per Pippin's plan, we need to turn to East End in the Imperial Graveyard. You're a dab hand at this, and I'd be a fool not to use you. Head to this spot on your map right here. Aye, patrol should be along shortly. Deal with them, then rendezvous with the rest of us at this location. Go well, Elio. So, like, someone had a question, like, I think yesterday about, do they, like, feel guilty using us? And it's like, no, they're like, you're here, you're offering, I'm not going to turn you down. Same, and I adore Hydaelyn. Like, yeah, that's the same thing. Like, this is, Hydaelyn is more akin to actual desert. Like, because, like, the Sigoli, like, is a desert, right? But even, like, a lot of Hydaelyn harkens almost more onto, arid rocky rather than just desert. But it is Hydaelyn is much more desert than Gyr Abania is, ultimately. Right, I don't have flying. Same on enjoying Stormblood as much as or more than Heavensward. Yeah, in my mind, in terms of broad quality, I think, like, Stormblood and Heavensward are pretty co-equal, and Shadowbringers and Endwalker are pretty co-equal. Like, to me, the really one place that there's a really big step up is Stormblood to Shadowbringers. And I also think that's part of why people don't have as favorable a perspective on Stormblood. From ARR, you go to Heavensward, it's like, oh man, that was so much better, that was really good. And then, like, even if Stormblood's, let's just say Stormblood's as good, then it's not a step up the same way that you just did with ARR. Also, you go from Stormblood and a huge step up to Shadowbringers, right? And so I think that's one of many reasons. I don't think that's the only reason. I think some people just, like, it's not the story for them, or they does feel weak, or, but I do think that plays into part of it. I have my suspicions. I've always actually liked Desert myself. Varys Hydaelyn is my favorite ARR region apart from Mordona, and I loved Amarang. Amarang and Tempest were my 2 favorite maps in Shadow. Tempest, really interesting. I think Tempest, other than the one obvious reason that I love about Tempest, I think a lot of Tempest is, like, probably my least favorite. Might be Lakeland. No, I like Lakeland. The thing is, I love all those maps, so it's like I don't really. Maybe Raktika. Yeah, Raktika might be one of my least favorite. Yeah. Because I really like Calusia and a lot of the others. But I like Raktika a lot. So. Masterful Blitz is only when you're using Perfect Balance, right? Does anyone have, like, an easy cheat sheet of, like, the best combos that make sense to use in order... Oh, fuck. I was not thinking. I don't have proper armor. I can't just, like, AFK my brain. Sloppy. It's a unique color that players can't get right. Yeah, it helps Hydaelyn. It has music that is reminiscent of some tracks I've heard in .hack. Yeah, that will definitely do it if it's reminiscent of things that you like. Oh god, I got pulled all the way back to... What? I can't believe I actually forgot to attune to the 8th right yet again. Okay, well, someone remind me to attune. The Locks is my favorite zone. The music is so nice. The Locks has great music. I do love Locks music. I've used that in a couple of songs. My personal house is an homage to Hydaelyn, Amarang, so I agree. Yeah. So I guess that answers the question. There are people that do specifically like it as an aesthetic. Her Shadowbringer, don't ask me. I mean, her weapon on the first is the same model as Rhalgr. Yeah, but is it? I don't. Well, you know what? Here, let's. Do I have to talk to that guy to go again? Probably. Oh no, do I have to talk to that scout over there? If we look at Rhalgr in EE2. Man, you guys have a lot of good questions today. I appreciate it. This has been so fun to actually like talk about lore stuff. Knife, katana, bow. No, because duelist arms. The fist, two-handed axes, two-handed swords. No, one-handed sword. Where is duelist arms? You'd think I'd remember this by now. Ah, there we go. Rhalgr. No, because it's a different model, because hers is a crystalline weapon, isn't it? When Alamegan Princess was publicly accused of court chancellor participating in the dark arts, her brother challenged the official to a duel that he might restore his sister's honor. The ensuing battle was not even a contest, the accuser not even managing a single post ere his heart was transfixed. Though it was more than Prince's 16 summers of training in swordplay than the quality of the weapon, Rhalgr that saw him victorious. So unless, did she change it in Stormblood or in Shadowbringers? Let's check that quick. Shadowbringers, Alice. Because she has the crystalline one that we get here. No. Yeah, she changes it up, and it is the same model. Yeah. Actually, that's interesting. It's a little different than the concept art. But yeah, it seems like it's just a reuse. But also, it's interesting because it's on the first, so it'd be disconnected from that history. Maybe she had seen the sword in the past during her time during Stormblood and Alamigo, and then took that and ran with it. And had it recreated on the first. I like Stormblood better as a whole story, but it suffered from presentation to me because it felt like it was a story interrupting another story, and then it all came back together. But there were, I feel like a lot of people feel that way. So, take what I'm about to say next just as my take on it. But to me, the fundamental themes of what's going on here and what's going on in Doma are co-synchronously building towards a combined climax. So to me, I don't feel like it's interruption because this story is interrupted for Doma, but ultimately, this story is about establishing the first part of understanding people's struggle in war and the resistance here, and then taking time to go to the other front and dealing with both an Eastern and Western front and the different experiences and perspectives, and all of it is about fueling those ideas and concepts behind the struggles of war, the sacrifices of war, of what it means to rise up, and the different perspectives from different people. So it's all one major element that's being built towards. That's how I experience it. Yes, thank you. Arid was the word I was thinking of and couldn't get, so desert was the closest. Yeah, but no, I do not like arid generally. Yeah, then it totally makes sense, why, and then you get 3 maps of it for one whole expansion, that it's gonna make you less favorable towards it. I don't like the Heavensward maps as much. Like, like if it wasn't the Sharlayan aspect, the actual geography aspect of, like, the hinterlands and the forelands of, like, Dravania and stuff, I just find very, very boring for me. Not that they are boring, but it's similarly probably to how you don't like Arid. Let's bring them back over here away from the Leshy. Let's put that there. Okay, that's a... Jesus Christ. Okay, I need to actually equip armor that's appropriate level. I did not think that it was going to be that level of hard. The northern part of the Peaks map is very pretty to me. It's a mix of several types of scenic elements. Yeah. I guess I should have been leveling up past 60. I thought I was going to try to actually do 60. But here, let's get some better gear. I suppose, do I have tomestones? No, not really. make sure to level up off stream then, so we don't have to worry about that in the future. Oh, that's why they didn't pop up in there. Oh, insufficient armory space. I need to also pick up a crafting quest of one of these. Maybe we'll do a crafting quest as our, like, preparation next time. As our, like, warm-up. So that way we can, I do not need a Mog jacket. Cool. Well, we got the Aetheryte, so at least we can go right back. I also need to practice 60 Monk. Western Kurthus needs a second Aetheryte. Well, the thing is that there's a difficulty there, right? There's a pragmatic difficulty versus a gameplay problem versus a lore problem. Because lore-wise, it makes no sense for another Aetheryte to be over there at all. It makes more sense for you to just go to the Chocobo Hinterlands and then, or the Dravanian Chocobo Hinterlands, Dravanian Forelands, and go south and then come in from there. Now you could say like, fuck the lore, gameplay, it's annoying to go all the way over there. And which you could respond to, well, just go fly, but that still takes time. Yeah. Northern part of the some people prefer wintry areas, but to me, Kurthus Western is a hot mess of snow. See, Kurthus Western, I love. I love Kurthus Western because it's a hot mess of snow. And I bet Jubilant loves that. Yeah, I like wintry too, but I agree Kurthus is a very harsh wintry area, and that's intentional. I still like it though, mainly because it's basically it's harsh. If it wasn't harsh, I wouldn't be interested in it. I find it, I enjoy it as a map because of its harshness, because it feels like this like place that was once verdant, frozen in time in like harsh ice and snow. That's so much more visually interesting to me. Much better. I think I'm also just too used to playing tanks too. Where like I'm not even so much in like, oh, because tanks are bulky, but just like that's my brain knowing what I can and can't get away with is like set at that expectation rather than the DPS expectation. I can't tolerate religious fanaticism IRL, so you can imagine how well I enjoyed Heaven's Word, but that's just me. I mean, but isn't that also... I guess that I would say, like, I feel the same, but isn't that why Heaven's Word is a good story? Because it's... I mean, well, I don't know that it does it particularly amazingly, but, like, having... I don't think a story shouldn't... I wouldn't hate a story because it's talking about something that I hate. I would care, like, does it execute on talking about that thing in a meaningful and interesting way, and then see that as a strength. So I guess for me, I don't want my stories not to just not have the things that I don't like. I often want them to have things I don't like and talk about them meaningfully. But maybe you feel the same. I don't know. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I feel like certain biomes are overrepresented, like arid. Are they really though? I mean, like they're overrepresented in Stormblood, they're definitely. But like, I mean, you know, that's not fair, right? Unfair, right? When you talk about like literally 3 maps in Stormblood. But I guess like outside of Stormblood, there's none of them in Heaven's Word. There's one in Shadowbringers, and there's none of them in Endwalker. So it's really only Stormblood and like Hydaelyn, but like, you know, you get Leafy Green, you get as many maps as you get Arid Desert, as many maps as you get Ocean Side Loveliness. Okay, who's ready for Rhalgr Extreme? I love Raktika because I'm gonna catch up real quick. I love Raktika because of the bunny in the treehouse. I could not handle the Lahi. Mostly I just like Freyr making them stand out more. Yeah, I mean but you know, not that the you know, it doesn't make you feel it. You're right, but I put it down to just 5 years after the calamity, it's still recovering. But like in Endwalker, but in A Realm Reborn, there's literally just as many maps for here as there are for Black Shroud, as there are for Lenosia. So like it's all equal there. And then you have Kurthus with ice, and then you end up getting Heaven's Word, which more represents the Kurthus, and then you've got more snow, as well as, you know, Abalathia with these, and then you've got the sort of sky aesthetics, both with, you know, I know like technological aspect that's not referenced a lot of places, but then you have the Sea of Clouds. So really the only arid is these 3 in Hydaelyn, and then Amarang. Because other than that, you've got Garlemald with snow, you've got Thavnair with island, you've got you know, Labyrinthos, which is, you know, I don't even know what you want to call Labyrinthos, but map 6, map 5, map 6 are much more in line with something like, you know, map 5, especially Abalathia Spine. Map 4 was Garlemald. Map 3 was Mare's Mare. Again, like, whatever you want to call that. Othard, you've got the Ruby Sea, so, like, very, like, tropical, or, you know, verdant. As in Steppe, you've got, you know, plains and mountains. Yanxia is very, you know, Chinese, Japanese, verdant valley. All went to plan then? Good. Our scouts reported the unit escorting the prototype weapon has left Castrum Valodine. The resistance is already in position. So we have but to wait for the guests to arrive. Okay, I'm going to finish these up so I can focus, because otherwise I might die again, because I'm not paying attention. Red Mage weapon from Middleshire. Exactly 2 parts coming together in Stormblood. It never felt like an interruption to me. And I'm home. Yes, it's just the same basic model. Do we need a pocket healer, Elio? No, I'll be fine. I wasn't giving as much. I'm so used to being over-leveled. He just needs gear, yeah. Put Milkshake into healer stance. Yeah. I need food soon to stay awake, but I feel so strangely calm listening to the fight Imperials in game. Actually, milkshakes do sound good. I need to get a milkshake. Thank you for the millennium for the milkshakes yesterday. I didn't get them because I fell asleep. Well, actually, I basically went to do one thing, got Taco Bell, and then fell asleep because nothing was open to get milkshakes by the time they went out. Coming to the new expansion with Meld and Augmented Tome gear from the previous one is a much different experience than you use dungeon gear. Yeah. Usually I do. I just haven't had any time to play to prepare things. Summit, good to see you, glad to have you. Seraph Stormblood expects you have like eye level 240 or something, although still wouldn't have expected it to hurt that much. Yeah. I love harsh climates. Yeah, absolutely a gameplay gripe. I understand why there's only one Aetheryte, but it's also not the only zone in Heavens with limited Aetheryte options. Sea of Clouds, why? Well, because Sea of Clouds, they put it, basically the problem there is that they should have put the Zundu, or Gundu, tribe Aetheryte on the opposite edge of the Sea of Clouds. If they had put their tribe there, then the Aetheryte would have made more sense and like had been more helpful. Thunder Plains biome? Imagine living near a place with constant thunderstorms keeping you awake. I want that. I would love the fucking Thunder Plains biome. And the way I would do... But the thing is, they've already basically did the Thunder Plains and they put it in Eden. Hell, most of the Heavenward zones, yeah. Kurthus Western does have a nice short route straight to the hinterlands that I use often, so I don't care much about it, only having one Aetheryte, yeah. How do you guys feel about Mordona? It's an odd sort of area, very rocky, but I enjoy it's in unusual weather and constant crystal formations. I mean, I enjoy it. I find, like, breadth, having a wide breadth is always good. Mare is arid, technically. Yeah, but no. Like, yes, you are absolutely technically correct. The best kind of correct. But I would say that there is a very fundamental difference than arid on your home planet with, like, foliage and vegetation and the like, complete, utter blasted, not even devastation, but arid, singular color aridness of something like a moon. Yeah. I also feel like Thavnair, but, like, okay, Jubilee and Greasby, yeah. Counts as arid to me, but it's literally subtropical, like Indian. So like half of Endwalker zones at least. I get, yeah, but that's not to touch on taste. But yeah, to me, like I talking about like how I would perceive something. Mare is in like no way arid, because to me, arid's talking about within the confines of like you literally don't have a lack. You don't have like a lack of wind. You don't have wind blasted because there is no wind. I mean, that's not entirely true because there's the dust storms that exist, but that's so not on Mare. But like to me, it's like such a different aesthetic. It's like it literally to me the difference between Mare and like Gyr Abania is the difference between like Gyr Abania and Ruby Sea. So like in my brain, it's yeah. Gonna move to bed, watch from phone. Thavnair might be half fish. Coast is more arid than inner. Well, the coast is a beach. I mean, other than like having some colorful mountains, but like it's dense foliage for most of it, or like greenery. Revenant Soul needs an airship platform. Airship park's too far away. And MSQ content from Shadowbringers and onwards, okay to discuss here. No, we only go up to. If you want to discuss MSQ content, go over to the Discord and discuss it. And Walker spoilers, please. Or I mean, if it's Shadowbringers, yeah, it depends. If you want arid, go to Mericidia. Not necessarily. We don't know how much of Mericidia is actually arid. We assume a lot of it is essentially central parts of it, but we don't even know for sure that it'll be light. And also, there's it may just as well be desert. A lot of the maps for Mericidia may very well be very lush, especially with you think about where the tree people are. You think about where some of the civilizations of peoples likely existed in. No, the coast area there were very rocky. I mean, they have like the giant skull rocks formations, but they're not. I wouldn't call them very rocky. I mean, any more than I would call Ruby Sea rocky, because it has like some rocks in it. Yeah, Thavnir isn't really arid to me. It's tropical. Yeah, gotta go. Have good food time, Quaymar. It could be crazy though, but it isn't the hub in the middle of the rocks. Well, but like you could say the same thing about the Ruby Sea, like where like where you go underground for the Kojin. Mario was more joking. The alternate was to say it's a lake zone. Now that's a good joke, Tim. No, but I mean, some people might agree with you. Thavnir is basically India, so its weather is indeed tropical. Yeah. No, but I mean, like, you know, that's the impression Jubilant has, which is, you know, interesting in and of itself. But also, you don't like Thavnir for other reasons on top of it, right? Because you don't like the primary color stuff with, like, the giant skull. Greenwatt, my old friend. Long time no see.
Things looked grim for us after Cartano, didn't they? Oh, how they doubted us. Yet here we are, right as rain, with fancy new toys to put through their paces.
Oh, it's just the primary colors, more of the primary colors of Razat Han.
My name days have come at once.
I mean, to be fair though, Rocky and Desolate is effectively what Arid is, right? Maybe I'm crazy. Let's. Yeah, because arid definitionally is a land of climate having little or no rain, too dry or barren to support vegetation, hot and arid conditions. Like, you could use arid to reference desert, but sometimes they're like, rocky arid is distinguished as kind of separate.
Troublemaker. I can't wait to see the look on Zenos' face when I bring him your head.
What's the first time we get a Zenos reference? Like, by name?
That is, if my secret weapons here don't grind it into mush! Attack!
The wanker again. I hate him, but I laugh my butt off. I mean, he's made to be a joke, although his ultimate fate is, Okay, focusing. Oh, hey, they retroactively added the plates. Sweet. So these didn't used to be in this. These were added with Endwalker. Also, they still go way too fucking fast. Like, they need to slow them down.
Get after them, damn you!
Otherwise, they're effectively useless. Because, like, we can't read them fast enough. I'm a fast reader, and I can't even figure out what the fuck they're saying. Let's just see if... you go down slow. Let's just deal with these guys. There's no end to them. I'm here if you need me, healing Elio.
Now I've gotcha.
I'll be honest, I enjoy Monk, and like even at 60, Monk has like so much potentially going on to like work with. Monk, I've always thought, like even before like Endwalker and stuff, I always thought was like one of the better earlier classes for a play experience for like nuance and stuff. Playing it now, it's even better. Keep it up, lads. The thing won't take much more. Son of a... Would you just stop? Enough! We have secret weapons of great power, don't we? Let's bloody use them! On your guard, Elio. He's up to something.
You'll be weeping blood!
Well, that's not good. Damn it all! Haven't we got anything else? More armors or weapons or something? More of them. I'm going to have a word with our scouts.
Raw Tizona!
Oh fuck! Let me break! Rob on! So for those of you who don't know what I'm referencing, this instance, I may get this wrong in terms of like the details, so bear with me. This instance during Stormblood was effectively it could only contain a certain number of people, not like in it at one time, but like the servers had to like spin up server instances of this conflict. So all the players got to this part of it about the same time, and so it kept causing the servers to crash or something like that, which meant that everybody kept getting booted. So literally people got progress stopped at this fight, and it became known as Rob on Extreme. He who fights and runs away. What the? Who the hells are you lot? For al amigo! Let none escape! God, I love Torn from the Heavens. And I love that I didn't love Torn from the Heavens from the get-go. I love that I was like, whatever, okay, this is cool, this is a song, whatever. And then playing the game made me love it over time. It makes me more excited. Because it's an earned love rather than like a nostalgia, just a straight up like nostalgic love or something. I mean, nostalgia's not right, but like... No! No, 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 no! My secret weapon! Tikal, good to see you, good to have you.
Oh! Damn it all! Miracles of Magitech design, my arse! I've passed harder stools than these piles of scrap. You'll pay for
That's
this.
fair.
Mark my words, the next time we meet will be the last.
Mari is unique, so just using a word that's close to semi-approximation for arid. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, and again, you guys are technically right to apply it. There is vegetation on the moon. That's true, though to be fair, that's technically the Allegan's fault.
Aye, run and tell your Viceroy. The day belongs to El Amigo! Yeah!
Yeah! Well, also, very few places are actually completely devoid of vegetation, and like arid will still be applied broadly, even if there's like loose vegetation. Like, Mari has some, but also it's a byproduct of the chemical agents of Alag, more so than like its natural formations. Well done, all of you. I call this operation a resounding success. Can't say I'm surprised that the Bull of Al Amigo had an impressive military record before he went west, as I recall. Credit where it's due, Master Kemp. 'Twas Marshal Tarupin who made this plan, and all of you, Resistance and Alliance alike, who carried it out to perfection. Aye, that they did. Not a single casualty for which I'm grateful beyond words. I doubt our comrades back at Reach will feel the same. As will ours. It's also a slower... Stormblood is a slower burn. I mean, like, it's the same... Honestly, it's the same slow burn as, like, Ishgard is. But you're not as much on the back foot. And, you know, Shadowbringers, you're so, like... It starts with a bang, and it's so, like, what is going on that, you know, it's super exciting from the get-go. It's been a pleasure, General. Unlike the next battle, Manago, I leave the Scions in your care. We shall return to the castrum then, Elio. Mistress Levieur, once more, you have my thanks, as Master Kemp said, until the next battle. I love the monk rotation. I've sat there and done it for like 6 minutes straight before just for fun. That's cool, Jade. I honestly wanted, I think monk, if I was probably gonna like play a DPS, the main DPS that I would play, if I was like gonna really get into DPS, probably would be monk or reaper. Actually, if I was gonna pick only one job, it might also be black mage, because I like, in terms of like learning to like truly min-max a DPS, like black mage I find the most rewarding. I'm not good at it, but I enjoy it the most. Although, maybe not as much anymore, so. I've heard stories, but to actually see you in action, I almost found myself pitying the Imperials. Seriously though, it was inspirational. But you must be tired of hearing that, eh? I'll keep it simple then. Thanks for the help out there. I'll probably, I don't know that I'll end up sticking to this, so I'll probably refrain from talking about Yotsuyu too much until 4.1 through 4.3, because there's just way too much nuance to go over. Well, there's no reason to remain here any longer. Let's go back to the Reach. And I'm also like, I think treating it as an absolutist conversation is kind of missing the point. But yeah, a bit too close to don't worry, I'm not gonna I love Monk. Breakdancing, some of the most fun class animations. Yes, the server's gonna make enough instances to match the people queuing at one time, yeah. Actually, I probably can just teleport to Rhalgr, can't I? Some people ran a Pip and Savage too. I also did not know that story of Rabani X. That's hilarious. Yeah. Monk for me is hit whatever lights up type of job. Well, I mean, the thing is, you hit whatever lights up though. Like that means you would like lead into either using like an AOE or a single target. Which I mean, like, look, we'll carry you through a lot of content especially if other people are carrying you through it. But also, if you're gonna do like EX, I beg of you, if you're going to do anything of like any level of difficulty, learn your rotations. And actually, broadly, I'll say, if you're gonna do a dungeon, not saying be perfect, but like, also bring a job that at least you know whether you're doing AOEs or single targets. just a general recommendation. The girl was talking about the monk one that was doing so much damage. Well, I found out that part of it, how she did. Her FC would run dungeons for her next level gear, so she always had the best. Yeah, that definitely will be a part of it. Gear matters a lot. I want to see Scantily Clad Archivists. Well, we don't have those yet. But sign up for our Patreon anyways. Thank you, Ray Ray. You didn't have to take part in the operation, but you did. You went above and beyond what was asked of you, and without hesitation, and for that we owe you a debt. Our victory may not count for much in practical terms, but its symbolic value can't be overstated. Alliance and Resistance fighters came together to face an Imperial unit equipped with Garlemald's newest weapon, and smashed them. The people will remember this day. Aye, the victory will mark its beginning for something far greater than any single victory. The beginning of a campaign by a united Eorzean to drive the Garleans from our land. Promises and platitudes mean naught without action, but the Alliance took the field and risked their lives for our cause. Ha! To think that the last time Gridanian troops trod the soil was more than a century ago, during the Autumn War! Oh, during the Autumn War. Should have just shut up and said the line. And that was to defend against our invasion. Ours is a long and bloody history, to be sure, and it gives me heart to see that despite our acrimonious past, we can still come together for the sake of the future. Well said, Commander, which is why I intend to go from village to village to spread the word of our victory and our new alliance. The people will flock to our banners, just you wait and see. Elio, Alice, I can't thank you enough for your assistance. And the thing I think, like, I don't know, I don't think people forget it, I don't know, but like, Act 1 is only like 60 to like 61, and then like you quickly go into like Doma stuff, but it also ends with a frickin' bang. At the risk of repeating myself, it's still hard for me to believe that we met again here of all places, though I reckon you probably don't remember me after all this time, eh? I'm impressed. Given everything you want to accomplish, you'd be forgiven for forgetting about your time in Quarry Mill. Suffice it to say we didn't forget about you either, nor the lives you saved. As for me, I went to Little Alamigo while Galen was recovering. Gundabald was my former commander and an old friend, and I had a lot on my mind. In the end, I decided to disband our unit. I told the men to live their lives as they saw fit. Some chose to remain in Little Alamigo, and other went to Ul'dah for work. But as you can see, I chose to come back to Gyr Abania and join Conrad and the others. I've kept busy since then, ferrying people and provisions across the border and back. It's not been easy, but it's been fulfilling. Today, however, we'll be heading east into the peaks. Conrad thinks we might have luck finding new recruits in the village of Al-Gahana. Al-Gahana? If you're going there, you're taking me with you. Oh, that's right. You're from Al-Gahana, aren't you, Lise? By all means, we'd welcome the company. There'll be more to it than just asking around, but we can talk about it on the way. Make your preparations and meet me by the tunnel to the peaks. Monago was easily my favorite reduced character, Stormblood. I never really fell in love with Monago. Like, I like her. I never really cared much for her specifically over other characters. Even after doing the custom deliveries. I don't know why. I don't know if it's characterization just never did anything specific for me or what. I don't think it's because she's weak. I just didn't stick out. I learned as much as which moves are AoE and which are single target. Yep, but I just cannot keep track of the stances. I mean, like, also, it's okay to just not play the jobs that don't work. This tunnel will take you all the way to the peaks. We're on a mission for comrades Alagahana. Clear the barricade, if you would. Aye, sir. Shouldn't take more than a moment. There's more villages there than out here, but also more Imperials keeping a close eye on things. We'll need to tread carefully. Ida and I were born in Alagahana. Though I can't say I remember much about it. I don't take any stream child ups. No, I'm just saying on behalf of tanks. Especially, like, yeah. I don't feel too comfortable with mainly tanks lately. Yeah. I mainly go on as tanks. Yeah, I'm a tank main, so I feel that. So, like, there are a lot of elements. Like, the actual air, like, rocks and stuff are different, but you've got, like, the ziggurat, you've got...
the peaks of Gyr Abania. Silent watchmen that would stand long after we were gone. We came seeking allies to join us in the fight against the Empire. People who had had enough.
So you have elements like this, like the floating rocks.
People who had suffered every possible indignity, who had been treated like animals, day after day after day.
And there's a lot of the, like, monk and ancient Gyr Abanian structures and stuff. I'm just pointing them out because I think, like, it's very easy to just gloss over them, and I do think that helps add a little bit of zest. That wide-eyed Elio, though. You know, I wonder if it would help me feeling disconnected story with Stormblood if I treat the first section as a sort of preamble and the story proper starts after Zenos. I mean, it is kind of the point, yeah. I mean, I would do that. It's not quite a prologue per se, but it's the ground setup. And, like, the story does absolutely start getting really moving with the events that come at the very end of the first act, and that kick off, and then, you know, the leaving for Siren Song and Kugane and all that. It's structured that way. Because a lot of this is about taking your time to come to terms of understanding the, like, way in which Garlemald has affected, you know, not just Gyr Abania, but those it occupies for the past 20 years in a way that you don't really fully get with Eorzea, because Eorzea has resisted it every step of the way, and as much as there's castrums and stuff, it's really never fully been under Garlean heel. And then also... understanding their plight allows you kind of to shorthand some of the explaining of parts of the plight and experience of the Domans when you get to those parts, like Yanksha and stuff. We've got glamour in places here too, as you may have noticed. So far as the Imperials are concerned, there's not more than testament to the savage impulses of a lesser race. Remember though, once we leave these ruins, we'll have no glamours to conceal us. The village is to the east. Keep watch for patrols as we move. And, like, it's worth remembering, we're still technically in the 60 quests. Like, 61 quests only begin a little, like, right after this, and technically the 61 to 62 goes, like, more than half of it is in Doma, or is in, not Doma, Kugane, like, Othard, and, like, Kugane. But, like, yeah, even though technically if you look closely, like, these mountains are actually very different, these rocky formations are very different to the formations in the fringes, ultimately it still feels very similar. But yeah, like, so this is the ziggurat that I was talking about, which is a very important landmark. You've got down here, you've got Nyuncrum's Hope. Should be over down here-ish. Nary an Imperial in sight. That's a mercy. Alagahana is due east, past the bridge. Follow me, it's not much further. If I can come away from this having Stormblood even be slightly more appreciated by some of you. And I don't mean like, I don't even mean like, oh, you like it a bunch more. I just mean like if it's a little bit more like, oh, you know what? That framework helps me like appreciate it and enjoy it more. I will consider that an enormous win. Because, yeah. And honestly, that's true of every expansion. Like, I just think Stormblood more than others because I think of the rap that it tends to get in contrast to the rap that you get from, you know, the others that tend to get. I think like AR, I think even some of you guys like appreciated ARR more after going through it. I am a born Stormblood appreciator. Yeah. Yeah, and for many of you, it's probably not going to be like a hard. Why is the Ziggurat important? Yeah, so the Ziggurat is important because it is one of the first like institutions and like structures created by the Amdapuri and the Maki after they came to Gyr Abania post Six Summer Calamity, and it is basically a structure that is related to Red Mage and Red Magic. So a lot of the history of Red Magic is surrounded by it. It also was effectively used supposedly as a way to like keep the help restore the natural balance of Aether in certain regions after the Umbral Calamity. The same way that like ethereal currents might have been suffering upheaval that could have led to things like what happened in Kurthus. So it's a super interesting place, and now but it's been abandoned for so long because there's almost no red mages left for various interesting reasons that I won't spoil because of the red mage classes. But the and now it's operated by Kakern that are also man-eating, which is fascinating. And so like it, you know, it's little things like the Ziggurat. I mean, not even little, but like things like the Ziggurat and the Uncrump's Hope, which is probably what, down here somewhere. Yeah, it's down here somewhere. Yeah, there it is, Necrum's Hope. There's like a lot of stuff like that hidden all over like the peaks, the locks, the fringes. But you have to go searching for it and care about like that stuff. Thank you, Ray Ray. Yeah, I was running directly towards it, but thank you for the reminder. There's a good chance I might have. I have a question. Do Garleans think the rest of the world is savages because they don't use much tech, or what? No, because it's easier to subjugate people if you dehumanize them. That's why. I mean, like that. There's more. There's not really more nuance, but like you could add reasons like their justifications could be like because they don't use magitech. But really, from the Garlean perspective, they see everyone as savages more because they use magic, and not so much themselves just because they are civilized because they use tech. But their tech is their way to defeat those who they see as their oppressors, because they see those who use magic as their oppressors. But no, for the most part, it is propaganda and a disposition that got built up in no small parts thanks to Solus. Zoscalvis, who you know who Solus is, if you've played further than this, and like it is much easier to subjugate, control, and enslave people if you dehumanize them. The same way that the reason that beast tribes and beastmen and all those terms came to be in the past 20-ish, 25-ish years on Eorzea is because it's much easier if you treat the beast tribes as shit and take their lands, like they took the kobolds' land was taken, or the Ixali, or treating the Ixali the way people do, if you treat them as lesser or other, or somehow not, one of you. The same way that, like, it doesn't really make sense to treat dragons not as a beast tribe, but treat, the Ananta as a beast tribe. Or why aren't the Pajal technically considered a beast tribe? Because they're beastly, the horns and stuff. Is it because they're spoken? Well, I mean, all the beast tribes, other beast tribes are spoken. Beast tribes are spoken. Is it because we can craft technology? Well, literally, the Ananta are the best jewel crafters in the world. Or the Ixali. The Ixalis are the first one to create flight. So it really is just a dehumanizing technique that makes it much easier to do what they do. I felt no sympathy for the Ishgardians, so didn't enjoy Heavensward. You felt no sympathy for them? That seems weird. I like the dragons more, so enjoyed. But you can like okay, so first off, people can be victims of a system while also being a part of that system. So, like, for instance, they were being lied to, and also we're under existential threat. You can like both people, but if you feel no sympathy for the Ishgard, that's really discompassionate. You can be, like, feel no sympathy for Thordan, or, like, those people who propagated the stuff, or, like, utter frustration and no sympathy. I mean, you can feel whatever you want. Fuck me for, telling you what to feel, but my reaction to that is no sympathy? Really? Frustration, I get. Anger, I get. Outrage, I get. Wanting them to do better or know better, or to not be, like, complicitous system, whether they understand it or no, I get, but no sympathy seems harsh. Yeah, so enjoy the patches more thanks to the Warriors of Light on the first, yeah. I have a double new question, but can you remind me what the deal with the Garlean eye thing is? It's not natural, is it? We don't know. So, we don't know if it's a natural thing that came about because of... We know that there's the Gaugians, who seem to be the proto-Garleans. We don't know what the history of... whether the Gaugians necessarily had the Garlean eye or not, and it gets a little weird and uncertain. We don't know if when they were in the Corvos... Locus Amenos is what the Garleans called it during those periods of time where they were there, if they had the Garlean eye or not. Presumably they did. Some speculate, you know, I've speculated that it could be Allagan manipulation of the Gaugians, seeing as, depending on where that timeline lines up, or Allagan manipulation of them, of Hures that are responsible for the Garlean eye. Not natural, we don't know. It could be a natural evolutionary thing, the same way that Dune's folk eyelids became a natural evolutionary thing, but we're unsure. Yeah. So we don't know, but as far as it exists currently, it is like a genetic thing where people are born with it and like children have it. So it is natural in that sense. Whether or not it was a byproduct of genetic engineering is less clear. It's because the Ishgardans didn't feel to me like they were making any effort to resolve their situation. I mean, literally one word, Americ. Like, I mean, like there's more people than that, but like, Americ. Alone, you know, but like also people like Stevanovan are trying to make things better. Like a lot of people who once the truth was revealed, you know, actively worked to create the House of Lords and worked to create a better world. A lot of people struggled to let go of the past because of all they had lost and the horrors of the Dragonsong War, which is part of the story, right, in like, you know, Stormblood as well, which is not everyone can just let go of what they've lost in the pains of the past to move forward, and so it's an active effort. But no, I do think there's multiple Ishgardians that textually are shown to be working towards a better world, if for no other reason, literally most of the events of 3.0 and 3.x could not happen if they didn't. Yeah, but Americ was the exception. But he's not! He's a leader, but he's not alone. There are those who fight back because it's a lot easier to be beholden to the world before as it was, but many people, you know, look to a better future with the dragons. The same way that, like, the ceremony during 3.2, you know, there are those people who, you know, fight back when you get drugged and stuff, but there are those people who are seeking to look to a better world, you know, or like the people who are excited for the accordance between the dragons and Americ when that's created at the end of 3.0, or as well as the, you know, outside city-states. In base expansion, Americ's attitude is unique, hence why he helps us. Yeah, but not necessarily. Like, the thing is that Istinian is fighting his war. Istinian is literally the premier example of someone on a revenge who desires revenge. And within the confines of 3.0, he's still doing his duty to fight Nidhogg, because literally Nidhogg wants to have nothing but despair and hatred and pain for the entirety of a civilization, that for people who had no like part in the thing that he's causing their suffering for continued for thousands upon thousands of years, and who are not fully aware of the truth around that suffering. And Istinian doesn't immediately go, no matter what, you know, we have to kill all dragons must die, dragons are the worst. He's like, no, he gets to the turning mist, I see the truth around me, and he sees the responsibility of his duty to be able to fight Nidhogg, because Nidhogg must be stopped, because Nidhogg must be stopped. Like, Hraesvelgr agrees Nidhogg must be stopped. Everyone MIDI agrees Nidhogg must be stopped, right? Because this is just a endless cycle of pain and torment. You know, if the Ishgardians weren't fighting to change it, literally that's what the heretics are. So many, and they are still Ishgardians as well, that, you know, in the patches, more people start to agree. Yeah, it takes time to convince people, especially when they've been laboring under, you know, a lie the whole time. Like, to take a real-world example, but like, you know, weapons of mass destruction, getting into the, you know, wars of the early 2000s. Like, people thought that was just and right, and then found out they were lied to. And so things took time to change. True, but how would Nidhogg know that people aren't complicit? He literally says that. He doesn't care with how time passes for them. No, but he's been awake the whole time, all this time, like, he literally says, very clearly and explicitly, I don't give a shit about killing them all. I don't care who knows and doesn't. I just want them to suffer, and my plan is to make sure they suffer for, you know, constantly and consistently, forever and ever. And so, also, he's not dumb. He's a first brood. He knows the lives of man. The Hraesvelgr and MIDI are painfully, for instance, explained to us, they are painfully aware of the brevity of man in our perspective. They use it as justification for why they don't think we can necessarily change often. Nidhogg is not unaware of that. And Nidhogg must be stopped because he is no longer interested in justice for this is like for Ratatoskr. He's just interested in endless, ceaseless pain and anger and revenge, and like that's also part of tied into like what Estinian's story is. And Estinian, the difference between Estinian and Nidhogg is Estinian wasn't alone, and so was able to move past it ultimately. But no, I just think that like to say that the Ishgardians are worthy of no sympathy or compassion, especially given the circumstances, especially with after spending 1,000 years, my country, America, has only been alive for slightly over a fourth of that, effectively, and yet, you know, 1,000 years of your entire institution being built around one thing has disappeared overnight. And within a matter of weeks to months, arguably, your entire world notion is upshit. It takes a second. And the fact that it goes as fast as it does is a testament to them, not to their detraction. Nidhogg never wanted justice, just revenge. That was his failing, yeah. No, not none, but felt more sympathy for the dragons. Yeah, if you want to feel more sympathy for them, again, I mean, again, you want to. Feel whatever you feel. Far be it for me to tell you how to feel, but I will say, you know, if you say you feel no sympathy for them, I will be like, really? You know, not really like accusationally, but more like, I feel that the game textually is driving us to feel compassion for everyone. Even Nidhogg. Even for Nidhogg too, you can feel compassion while also recognizing you must be stopped. And I think if you've played further into Shadowbringers and Endwalker, those themes as a whole only triple and quadruple down. I think if you play 4.0 into 4.x, you know that's like a primary theme, is that you can hold compassion while also, you know, holding disgust or holding the need to, you know, not let someone act. And so I have deep sympathy for Ishgard, especially for people who have only ever known a system of suffering and now have to struggle to find a better way and a better path. Luckily, they have people like Aymeric who, you know, are a testament to the best of them, who can help lead them into a better future, but also isn't doing it alone, thanks to the help of people like Vidofnir. Thanks to the help of, you know, the Dravanians. I mean, that's also part of what, like, the Moogle quest's about, or the if you do the Firmament quests. That's all, you know, it only gets better if we do it together. And back to Stormblood. But to be fair, the nobility, that means you're also saying Edmont. Because Edmont's for, like, some of them are dicks. Some of them are absolutely dicks. And yeah, absolutely, there's a lot of background narrative around other Discord will be ready in time for Thursday stream. Nice, Issa. A lot of the background elements is like a class war, right? But you also like even in the Machinist quest. But then you also have characters like Stevanovan. If you're talking about the House of Lords, there are also people who are ardent allies to us in that. 75% of Ishgardian nobility gives the other 25% a bad name. Do we even know it's that split though? Because if you literally look at like Halinard, Zmail, Fortomps, and Durandare, it's half and half. It's 50-50. And if it wasn't 50-50, it'd also be pretty hard for Aymeric to dissolve, to create the House of Commons in the way that he did. Welcome back to Mins. So but the percentage-wise, I think you could quibble for days because I think you could, because there's many of them and we don't even necessarily see all of them. So even if we take 75% of nobility at face value, I think the important factor is the fact that you look at 3.0 is struggling with that and yet doesn't refrain from trying to look towards a brighter future, and then 3.x shows them stepping into that. The nobility doesn't have a reputation for being kind, though. Some of them don't. Some of them do, though. Some of them actively do. Some of them don't. Some of them really don't, and are the fucking worst. You can rest easy. We've made it. This is Alagahana. It feels strange coming home like this. I always imagined it would be. Oh, sorry. That's nothing to do with why we're here. Well, we need the recruits. Aye, we do. But as I said back at Reach, it's a little more complicated than that. Just asking for volunteers these days. As you know, we've shorthand because many of the people were taken in by the Griffin's promises and went to the wall, never to return. It wasn't just them, though. Folks from all over, including some of my former comrades, answered his call to arms. As for why we came to this particular village, it's rumored Alagahana lost a few youths as well. If that's the truth to that, then there could be some others sympathetic to the cause. Then again, after the Griffin's betrayal, they may be suspicious of outsiders claiming allegiance to the Resistance, and rightfully so. So with all that in mind, how are we supposed to convince them to join? I mean, I knew it wouldn't be so simple as giving a speech in the village square. Not if you didn't want the place to be burned to the ground, no. You might as well piss in the Viceroy's eye. We'll need to be a good deal more circumspect than that. You'll never know when an Imperial spy is listening. We must speak with the Elder first. I know for a fact he can be trusted. We'll listen to what he has to say and decide what to do after. Sounds like a plan. Let's hope that we're still some brave men and women here willing to fight. Night, Auroria! Having fun storming the engagement. Yeah. So, like, yeah. Best way to get through some hardcore gathering is a tea stream. Good, Brian. I don't know. Did I see good? See, glad to have you. But either way, I'm glad it is put to use. I'm glad that it is helpful and informative and or at the very least entertaining. But yeah, no, Tenku, it's an interesting point of conversation. I do feel strongly, and I feel that the game supports the text that I'm talking about, but, you know, thanks for bringing it up as a point of conversation. Ragnfrid, the village elders over by the shore. No time like the present. Let's have a word. Sivanovan is Halyonard, right? Is it Durandare or Zamael who's like being a dick during this machinist quest? It's Durandare, right? Now that I'm home, I can better articulate a thing from earlier. I think you pointing out how little the story actually happens prior to Siren Song is helpful in contextualizing it. Oh, good. I'm glad. Yeah, it's very much set up. It's very, very much set up. In a way where I think they get better and better at making the intros simultaneously incredibly punchy and set up. I think starting with Shadowbringers particularly, they get really good at that. And I think they are as an Endwalker as well. And part of that is because they are really good at having an A plot and a B plot happening at the same time, just within those like starting narratives. Because in Shadowbringers, you're simultaneously discovering the world while also having like the A plot of the macro stuff going around with the Exarch and the mysteries, all that, also at the same time. So they're juggling two things. Whereas this is just go to new place, learning about new thing, learning about conflict. The same way that like Ishgard, you like go to Ishgard, learn about Ishgard, learn about Dragonsong War, go deal with Dragonsong War. I think that's a gross oversimplification, but I think like if you look at how they're structured, that's kind of true. Savani and de Halyonard. Okay, thanks, Jade. Don't know you, traveler. You're a merchant? You're not finding much custom here. Greetings and well met, Elder. Sincerely apologies that I did not send word ahead of our arrival. Too long have I been away from Alagahana, and I would know of your recent troubles. Aye, you commanders of Mefrid. I see. Speak on, though. I suspect I know your purpose. The Griffin came with many men and left with many more, such as that rumor. Is it true? He lit a fire under the hearts and then dangled a dream before their tired eyes, and now you come and steal away what few remain. The Griffin was a traitor and a madman. We had no part in his schemes. We've made an arrangement with the Alliance, and this time it will be different. This time? Could count him for to the dead and the ones that left behind. How much more must we give before you had your fill? But surely you hate the Empire as much as we do. They took our lands, our traditions, even our gods, and they demand a fifth of what's left we've got. Aye, I hate the bastards with every fiber of my being, but a hate's not enough, Mefrid. I can't... We can't keep doing this. I'll not tell anyone you came, but you need to go. Now leave us be and never return. Have a good day, Deathberry. You've got no right to speak to us like that. I've got quarry that was producing barely enough to keep us fed. That was before half our young men and a woman went off to die for your bloody cause. So yes, I've got every right to tell you to leave my village. No, you don't, because it's my village too. My home. What the hell's you on about? Wait, I know those eyes. You're one of Curtis's girls. Least Hexed, and I'm here. I'm here to take back my homeland. By Rhalgr, the last time I saw you, you were... I didn't even know you were still alive. I never thought would come. I almost didn't, and if my sister never will, lots of others won't either, and that's why we've got to carry on the fight. And so, like, you can be annoyed by her, but, like, also remember the context. For, like, she has spent all this time with the Scions and in Eorzea, not under the heel of the Garleans. And also, not only not under the heel, well, like, under the threat of the Garlean, but not the heel. And at every term, she's been a part of a team that the active response to Garlean threat is to go and fight back and deal with it. That is her mentality. That is where she's coming from. And now she's feeling like, I'm going to go save my homeland. So part of her journey is getting to a point where she can learn that you can't always just meet things head on. You also have to not only inspire, but people have to feel like they actually have a goddamn fighting chance. You know, it's one thing to be a singular hero who goes and fights the Garleans, but when there's a system of oppression on hand, it's very different. You sound like him. As you say, I got no right to tell you to leave Aligana, as much as your home is mine. But I say to you again, we can give no more. Yes, I heard you the first time. Let's go. Also, she's still finding herself, right? Like, she's back in her own... She's not pretending to be her sister for the first time in years. So she's, like, in a very weird spot. Yeah, my opinion may be unpopular in this cards, but it's a combination of factors that made me dislike the vast majority. I guess I would just say, like... Look, people can be turned to all sorts of ill ends if lied to and directed it wrongly. If your only regard is to, like, lack sympathy for them, ultimately all you will end up seeing is conflict, because you will end ultimately, not that you have to, like, condone, you know, but ultimately you'll come to blows because you can only find frustration in their and so, like, I think that, like, that comes up multiple times in both Stormblood and Heaven's Word, and to an extent in Realm Reborn, and arguably all of the expansions, and 14 as a whole. I'm a full-on Lease lover and supporter. I feel like a lot of the opinions about her are born from misinformation. I don't know if they're born from misinformation. I feel like some of it, I think so. Some of the thing I would say misrecollection rather than misinformation. I think for other people, it's more just like an experience of individuals. Like, I think how people experience and value judgment on others. And like, if someone is being what you would classify as annoying, just seeing them as annoying, or some people, like, are defined by their first experience of a character, like, defines, colors their perspective on them the whole way through. You know, it's a lot of, I think it can be a lot of things. But I tend to think that, like, more people, I'm more of a defender of Stormblood than most. So, like, I think that it's worthy to point those things out. Like, that could have been handled better. But what's done is done. At least we've been granted permission to stay. I was hoping Ragford might help to recruit some of his people, but that clearly isn't going to happen. If we're convinced any of them to join, we'll first need to regain their trust. It's risky and hardly subtle, but I say we approach the villagers directly, see what problems they've got, and if we can do anything to help. Purple, good to see you, glad to have you. I like her story a lot more in hindsight, and then I liked it at the time, to be honest. Yeah. Makes sense to me. Let's split up and ask around. Misinformation as in the claims that she calls herself a hero and stole the spotlight from our character, which is completely untrue. I don't even think that's information. I think that's just a complete misreading of the text. I mean, like, the thing is, like, that's, I think, a willful, like... To me, misinformation is someone... If someone shared with you, this line was said by her at this point, and it's, like, just flatly not true, that's one thing. But, like, to me, I think this is, like, just a misrepresentation of... But, like, also... That may be just how people perceive it, but also I think you could just as easily argue that about Alphino in 2.0 and 2.x if you wanted to, which it doesn't make it true. A new face in Aligahana, huh? What would you ask of me then? A stranger and a generous soul besides. Bollocks! There's not more suspicious than a good Samaritan. On the other hand, if you were an Imperial agent, I expect you'd go about your business with more discretion. Bugger me, you really are here to help, aren't you? Very well, I'll take you up to your offer, stranger. My little brother working at the rocks by Grim and Enid. He's got something for me. Can you go get it? Yeah, Purple, there were only like 2 or 3 that I was a little unsure about, but most of it I was able to get. It was well made. Right then, Frightened Curl is his name. Ask for him the leftovers. He ought to understand. I guess we should just make a row of, make an Elio row and name him Crystal Curl. You best keep your distance if you know what's good for you. Say your piece and move on. Looking for folks down on their luck. Congratulations, you found one. As you can see, my leg ain't what it used to be. Some days I can hardly walk for the pain. Mornings are the worst, especially after the cold nights. Hard labor's right out, too much pain and trouble for others. There's a tea what helps with it though. I need to grind the chapuli horn in a Gortonbill town for the blend. It's in the Discord, Tenku. Eh? You'll go and get some for me, just like that. You needn't trouble yourself, so. Artemis! Good to see you, glad to have you. Lolly ho! Storm of blood! Storm of blood! Born of blood! Of our fallen brothers. Yeah, something like that. thundered still, the oaths fulfilled now. There are people who expect the character to change completely the moment she took off her mask. I mean, to be fair, she does change completely the moment she took off her mask. Like, the bumbling fool character that is, like, Yida up to that point is actually quite different than Lise. So, I mean, like, I would say that she's not, it's not like the difference of, aha, she went from acting like Alphino to Rhalgr. But, like, you know, she's not textually supposed to be, like, utterly, the other person before was in a complete fabrication. Like, you know, I don't even know, like, I don't even have a good example. Trailer was great, yeah. It's wild to think that it didn't have lyrics beforehand. Changed completely the moment she took off her mask, became Lise, which is unrealistic expectation of character growth arc. Well, I also think it would just be a bad thing. I mean, like, the thing is, she is very different, and then she goes on, like, it's, you know, gets to go, like, Alphino took 2 expansions, if you include ARR and Heavensward, for people not to, like, hate him. And to, like, actually like him. But we give him credit, not just because that happens after Heavensward, but because we get to experience him even more, and in wonderful ways in, like, Stormblood, and especially in Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Whereas, you know, Lisa's story in the major way comes to a close with Stormblood. Yeah, I agree. Lise went through a lot of growth in Stormblood, I thought. Yeah, that's the thing, is, like, she has a wonderful long arc. I really think had, like, a character like Lise been in Stormblood, she would have had a lot of moments that people would, like, look a lot more fondly on her for. But because that's, like, not her role, and it makes sense too. Like part of the problem with The Realm Reborn is that, and onwards, and, like, one of the things that they do it in Heavensward, is they try to cut down how many characters with you at a time and who you're making bonds with, so that they can make much stronger bonds. Because the part of the problem with The Realm Reborn is you can't have a relationship with Thancred, Y'shtola, Papalymo, Yida, Menphilia, all of these characters while you're being introduced to 3 city-states, and on top of that, the major antagonists, and like, there's just too much to, like, develop in A Realm Reborn. And so, because of that, I just think that the fact that they introduce a character in one expansion and make a really, and is expected to hold a lot of on their shoulders, as well as be a character that's going through a lot. I mean, like, it takes Emmanuelane 1, 2, 3, 4 expansions to be even, like, approaching tolerable, or, like, not like I kind of want to punch the fucker in the face, and more like I want to punch the fucker in the face, but also Twinkle Toes Warriors of Light. That's all I'm gonna say. I feel like Alphino became more compassionate, if anything, over time. Exactly! Which is, like, that's... Tenku, to be fair, that's literally the point I'm also making about the Ishgardians, right? Which is, like, people take time to grow, and they have to be allowed the room to become better, especially if they're showing that they're making progress, you know? Alicia was already a compassionate sort. Well, but she had a really hard time with people. Like, she was really good with individuals and has a lot of love for individuals, but she also gets annoyed with people really easy, and has very little patience for them if they fail or mess up, as well as people broadly. You know, so, like, her journey is about coming to love, you know, be able to enjoy it. Yeah, I agree. That's why the patches are better, right? But you can't get the patches without the first thing, right? Like, if you just started at 3.1, it doesn't work. Like, that's kind of my point. Is like, like, to say that the patches are better ignores that you can't do that. They're a cohesive story. I mean, I'm happier when the Ishgardians are now going towards a better place, but, like, if you just start at them at a good place, then there's no conflict and there's no story. You know? Yeah, but I had to learn to understand the people of Eorzea for Alice. Yeah, totally. Yeah, but the basic expansion had a few people who were, for lack of a better term, enjoyable. Ysael, Aymeric, Lucia, Edmund, Horsefont, you know, like, Midi, Alphino, Tataru, Hilda, you know, I'm just like, there are a lot of individuals in it who are, like, sympathetic to our cause, or work with us, or help us, or, like, open up their borders when they didn't need to. I don't feel it, like, it's not like we come in and every single individual is hostile to us. Yeah, I still want to punch Emmanuel in the face, but now I would use gloves and give him a face guard. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Like, and I would love if over time Emmanuel becomes more and more, like, grows more and more, and I'm just, like, willing, you know, some people take more time than others. Frightened Curl. You're up for the leftovers, are you? Not like my brother to send someone instead, but so be it. It's all a sack of yonder. They're bleeding heavy, mind, so be careful when you pick them up. And I also think that, and I know like part of it is also I'm taking time to talk, but it's like you're doing little things like this that connect you to the people on the ground. And I think for a lot of people, this is just like, why isn't this just a side quest? Or like, like why am I doing, and the thing is, it's trying to get across the idea of winning trust takes like doing the small victories and the small helps and the small aid, not just about grand gestures. And because that's a thematic element of Stormblood as a whole, I think it slows down things like the first bit, but I think it's the right choice. But it's less exciting, which hampers it for, I think, a lot of people. Yeah, they all represent the exception of their respective societies and it takes time for others to agree with them. Yeah. Thank you, check the screenshots, yeah. Yeah, they all represent the exceptions of their... Yeah, but a bunch of those are all from the same society. Those aren't exceptions, sheer exceptions of their society. Like, those are all people who are, other than, like, Ysael, like, and also... race, like, Vidofnir isn't the only exception from her society. Many other Dravanians are more akin to her. And I feel like anytime I'm mentioning, like, specific examples, it's like you say those are exceptions, but, like, these are showing broad trends. There's people like Stevanovan. There's people like, yes, they are the forefront. They are the spear, but that doesn't mean that other people, because they're not just the absolute forefront of being the most absolute welcoming, doesn't mean that that invalidates that there's swaths of of Ishgard that want things to be different or change. Like, you see how her group took a long time to come around to not attacking Ishgardians. Right. But should we, because they were willing to kill innocents, should we treat them as absolute monsters who are unworthy of compassion? Because if we should, then Ysael is a monster and we should not like Ysael at all. Because Ysael blatantly kills people who are innocent, who had no part in Dragonsong War, of even slaying dragons contemporarily, and is willing to sacrifice others at the altar of, blood for her own change. And it's like, no, you can still be compassionate, you can still understand, you can still see her trying to make up for that when it comes to Shiva, but she still took those actions. Yeah, since I had to turn I had tuned out since Heaven's Word Overworld Battle. I completely forgot battle music exists. Yes. I'm incapable of compassion, but they had no reason to feel compassion for people they felt had wronged them. No, it doesn't make sense to me. No, you should absolutely... No, it's the same shit that Garlemans do. You are treating other people as agents of war and the bad guys so that you can justify your own cause, even though her cause was also built on a lie. She is not the reincarnation of Shiva, and what she was doing was not going to halt the Dragonsong War or what was being caused by Nidhogg. Like, her plan was also built on lies, and it was used to justify to kill innocent people. Like, that doesn't make me go disregard every part of her point, and it doesn't make me disregard that there are reasons that the heretics felt the way that they did. So not incapable of compassion, but they had no reason to feel. Yes, they had reason to. If they are a human being, human beings in and of themselves are deserving of compassion towards each other. That is an inherent thing. And again, compassion does not mean condone or allow. You've been gone a while. What brings you back to Aligana? I don't feel like I was gone that long. Like, this is also, I'm not just saying this like a personal thing. This is like a thematic element of like Shadowbringers especially. It's like one of the primary themes. Oh, I never meant to. I mean, in times like these, you never think people will actually. The country's hard on people, but it's not just that. The Imperials, they made it known that I'm not to be helped. A dead man's good for one lesson, whereas a live one. You're with the Resistance, right? I suppose there's no reason to tell you then. Oh, whoops. My father's god, rest his soul, was deathly sick for all time, and so I'd gone out into the forest, spear in hand, to gather herbs, and then I had the good fortune to run into an Imperial patrol. It didn't matter in the end, of course. Some people just like to hurt others, and by the time I limped back to the hut, it was too late for my father. Too late for me, too, and many others, I imagine. Help them, too, if you like. They'll be grateful and say thank you. But beyond that, I wouldn't hope for too much. Anger and sense of injustice blinds people to kindness. Yes, but it doesn't rescind the responsibility to hold it. It doesn't, and also that your own argument for that would be applicable to the Ishgardians, as the dragons, from most of their perspective, just come out of nowhere and kill them. And just murder their children and their fathers and their sons and their daughters, right? Which doesn't, like, I am aware, yeah, it absolutely does blind people, but, like, that doesn't rescind your responsibility for having compassion and empathy. Ah, the new face, you have my leftovers. Like that, yeah, and that's also a thematic element of Endwalker, too, and, for instance, the Garlemald section. Well, I'll be you who actually went and brought the whole lot. Much obliged, much obliged. It's saltpeter for making fire sand, in case you're curious what it's all for. The rocks by the lakes got good deposits. Tain't hard for my brother to pass for any other plotting quarrymen, all the while sweeping bits and pieces off to the side, to bundle up and sell to soldiers which trade with resistance. It's a living and a way of fighting back besides. Our way of spitting in the Garlean eye for putting our father in an Imperial uniform and shipping him off to some faraway province 15 years ago. Don't know if he's dead or alive even, though if he were alive, he'd not be long for this world if we were caught fighting for the resistance. So this is the best we can do. That's the long and short of it. What do we do what we can, though we know it's not enough. I think you'll find that most folk here ain't much different. Everybody's got a reason, but in the end, the result is the same. I suppose I just wanted you to know is all, that we could know why you're here, and even if we can't join you, we wish we could. The main theme of Heavenward is the idea of giving up the grudges of history and how difficult that is for both sides, yeah. But they don't find common ground without the events of 3.0 story. Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree. But it's, you know, it's the same way that you can't do Shadowbringer, you can't do Stormblood, you can't do Shadowbringers, you can't do Endwalker without the expansion Spire. You can't do Heaven's Word without the build-up of a Realm Reborn, you know? Ah, there you are, Elio. I've been trying to help the villagers deal with the food shortages of theirs. Recently, the Imperials have been swooping into villages unannounced and seizing supplies in order to prevent the people from stockpiling, in case they might be in league with the Resistance. It's not much, but I've taught you a few tricks to better hide what little they've got left. How's Lise getting on, by the way? You think people would be more inclined to trust a local girl, assuming they remember her, that is. So if they don't find common ground at the start of Heaven... Well, but the end of Heavensward, 3.0 as a climax is when they start to find common ground. Like, Vidofnir, like, that... It's not like 3.0 ends with that, none of that being started to be found. Like, especially... like Midi and you with Tiamat, right? Like even that moment, like Midi, like the whole thing is you have Midi that whole time showing that that's being built on. 3.0 it just has the climax, but just because it has the climax doesn't like you can't have a book that's the second half only and say like the second half is where everything got like started to get pay off, therefore it's only the second half that's good. It's like, well, no, but you don't get the second half without the first half. No, I didn't mean to. And where were you been the past 20 years? Where were you when we were being ground under the Black Wolf's boot? On the other side of his bastard wall, living the high life, I'll wager. That's not fair. Oh, and who's this? Another one of your freedom-loving friends deigning to help us poor unfortunate souls. Poor unfortunate souls! Trying to whip us into frenzy, so we'll get to storm a castrum with our pickaxe and shovels. Leave all of you, before you bring a cohort down on us all. And you, don't you dare speak to like you're one of us. You can't even begin to understand what we've been through. You weren't here, Lise. You weren't here. This is my home, and I love it with all my heart. And if you truly have any love for it, too, you'll keep us out of your doomed rebellion. Estinian was still an idiot for holding two eyes at once for being warned multiple times against it, though. Yeah, because he was blinded by revenge. He has a point. No matter what I say or do, he doesn't change the fact that I left him behind. But this isn't about me or anyone else. It's about Alamigo. Let's go and find Mefrid. And yeah, he made a mistake. Yeah, the end is wherein I begin to feel less annoyed with them. Yeah, I guess like, I get the, as you go on feeling less annoyed. But I guess like to say that, it's like, yeah, I'm deeply annoyed by Durandare and Zemael. But it doesn't mean that, like, I don't have, like... I'm trying to think of, a better example. Because, yeah, I'm annoyed by them. There are people in Ishgard who will fight for the system. What's her face from... Not Machinist. There's another quest where, like, the lady who turns into a dragon, but it's just a glamour thing that pops up in one of the job quests. Like, there are people who are just like, oh, fuck, you're a fucking shit. But, like, to disregard Ishgardians because of those individuals is, painting with a broad brush, in my opinion. Looks like the Elder wasn't the only one unwilling to hear us out. Can't blame them given what happened at the wall. I thought I might be able to appeal to them as a fellow. I don't know, but if anything, I just made them angrier. I haven't lived through it like they have. I can claim to know the struggle like they do either, Lise. I ran too, but if I hadn't, I'd never met Elio or the rest of you, and we might not be here today in the position to make a difference. So I don't regret my choices, nor will I apologize for them. There's more than one way to fight. That's also an important lesson in Stormblood. And that's also one of the lessons being taught here, right, with the Hellsguard that they just showed us. Help! Someone! Anyone! We need help! I don't like the sound of that one bit. Come on. Dark Knight. Yeah, it is Dark Knight? Okay, yeah. Thanks, Tam. I thought it might be Dark Knight. Recruitment, the Tributum and the bloody rat men, they... Damn it all! Oh, we're gonna concur. You there, take a deep breath and tell us what happened. It was all business as usual. The Tributum's due soon, and we're taking it to the Imperials when the Cocoon attacked. They took my brother and our money. Took him where? Ruins to the south of here. It was just an old temple before they came, and listen, Recruitment is the only family I've got left. If I lose him, The Ziggurat. If the Ratman took him there, he's good as dead. We've got to go after them. If there's even a chance for his brother still alive, we have to try. You know, his spirit's broken. And, you know, you get story with him that, like, also builds up into, you know, meaningful things, showing that people can change and grow. And also, you know, like, there's also, you get, with the context of the Black Wolves in their life and Fordola's experience, why, you know, she chose the way she is. If you just look at her only in terms of 4.0, without the context of 4.x, you know, it's not like you can just look at 4.x and see, like, Fordola. You have to have the full continuum of the story for it to be interesting. But also to see that there's, you know, broader context to her struggles and why she's the way she is and what she's willing to sacrifice. You're right, Lise. We've got to help them. If not for missing man, then for the Tributum. The Garleans won't suffer excuses if they're late. Actually, what's Lise got to say? We're wasting time. Let's go, go, go. Like, that's like Lisa's sentiment right now in everything, which in like... I think the really key scene, if there is one, is when she's with Hien in the steppe. So Recruitment is being held somewhere at the Ziggurat to the south, which has been taken over by a host of Cocoon bandits. That's about covers it then. Be prepared for a fight. They may not be the most challenging of foes, but there's sure to be a lot of them. In Heavensward, there was something fundamentally wrong with their society and believes they held through until the end, and a complete rework on their government was necessary. Right. But it took also the truth and reconciliation and revelation for them to be able to get to a point where that rework was required. And that's also because, like, what if you found out right now that every being in the world, like grass, everything, was actually completely sentient and could feel everything? Every time you went and mowed the lawn, it was actually, you were like, you know, killing thousands of sentient beings or something like that, right? Like, I mean, some people for vegetarianism or veganism or, you know, like that already is the argument for animals. But my point being, what if your fundamental understanding of everything to be true was utterly upended? It would take a second to, like, reconcile that and to move forward and figure out the right way to move forward. Wait, no, it might not have been. I've been mixing that up with something else. Dark was the priest-type mother. Yeah. No, so it's not Dark Knight. Who is it? It's not Machinist. It's not Sage. It's not Reaper. What is that quest? Gunbreaker. Is it Ast? I think it might be Ast. Astro? Yeah, Brian, I think it's Astro. I don't think it's Bard. I think it might be Astro. I think it might be like the Astro Capstone or something. I wonder why these Cocoons look so different. Or is it because they're wearing something? It must be because they're wearing a mask. In terms of job quests, I found most of them in Stormblood to be disappointing. Really? I feel like... Let me think about the Stormblood ones that I like. Like Dark Knight. Warrior, I think, is actually one of the better ones because it actually pays off some of the humor. Like, I don't like Warrior that much, but at least, like, it's, like, they, like, really dive into it as humorous. Monk is good. I don't think it's as good as Heavensward, but I think it's good because of the telling stories about deepening our understanding of the Gyr Abania and Theodric and all of that. Samurai is good. Paladin is terrible for Paladin, but it's a good story. It's a really good Gladiator quest. It's just a really bad Paladin quest. And I like it better than I like Heavensward Paladin. Although I like that there's the crystal, at least there's soul crystal stuff in Paladin. Ninja's good. Reaper, I mean, Reaper don't have. Red Mage is excellent. Samurai as a whole is excellent, obviously, yeah. Black Mage is, actually the strongest one with Black Mage is Stormblood because you actually get, like, Shitoto and stuff, whereas, like, the weaker prior, like, Black Mage stuff is pretty weak. Summoner's good. I don't think it's necessarily better than the earlier ones. Dancer doesn't exist yet. Machinist is an extension of what you get basically with Stefanovan and Heavensward, pretty much. More of like the class stuff. Gunbreaker doesn't exist. Dragoons, I like Dragoon because of the stuff you get with Estinian, and I think it's just an extension of like that whole relationship with revenge. I don't think it's particularly better. But yeah, I guess I gotta say, like, Scholar's good, especially because of how Scholar feeds into the capstone. I actually do like Scholar, because it's very emotional and it makes, it's a really good way further explaining how, like, the idea of beast tribes breaks down with, like, the tomberries and stuff. White Mage, I like White Mage 70 more than I like White Mage 60 because I like dealing with the Pagel stuff. But that's also just me for lore stuff. Ast for 70. Ast for 70 is Astro, so it's probably so. And so like it goes into geomancy and stuff. So I like that a lot. I think it's probably as good as some of the other stuff as what came before. I don't know if it's better, but that's also specific to my tastes. Blue Mage, we got Blue Mage. That's a good story. Sage didn't exist. Yeah, I guess for me the Stormblood ones are pretty good overall. But yeah. They were wearing hooded coats and red Morpheus glasses. Yeah. Dark Knight was great, yeah, especially because it took us to Gyr Abania. Summoners is consistently never disappointed. Shop quest for me. White Mage, though, is a bit underwhelming. I feel like all the White Mage ones are underwhelming, though. I don't feel like the 70 one is particularly underwhelming, and at least it has good lore that talks about the Pagel and stuff. And I think, like, it's emotional as well and ties into the Conjurer's quest in a really meaningful way. So for me, I actually think the White Mage 70 might be my favorite one because I think the Capstone's fine. I think the 60 is fine. I think the 50s, because you get some, at least you get some stuff with, the Seed Seers. It's bad. It's improved. It's good. At least it got some lore. Please let me go. I'm begging you. Yes, the latest quest, tribal quest is amazing and is exactly what I hoped. It's what I predicted and what I really hoped for, and it's as good or better than what I could have ever hoped for. And the music for it is, hear that? I think it came from the top of the ziggurat. Ah, who dares come to loot our new manflesh? Ours to eat. Ours to eat. Oh man, it's like a mecha head helmet. We knew it'd come to this. Kill them quick before they alert the others. Tribal quests for Shadowbringers are amazing. For me, the tribal quests get better and better as they go. I think it's almost linearly. Actually, I would say Arcosodra is on par with all of the Shadowbringers. So I would say so far that the Shadowbringers and Endwalker are equal in my mind. Like the current one speaks to me very particularly as an individual, but like the dwarves are hilarious. The Kikern, or what, I forget what the Kikari? Kikari? Kikern? Kikari? I forget what they're fucking called in the first. Is really good. I love what they do with history in that. And then, yeah, the dwarves are fucking hysterical. And also, really hammer home the idea, hey, the notion of a beast tribe is bullshit. Like, clearly it's bullshit. Do you now understand why, Yeah, Chitari. Kitari. Well, Kikern, so it's probably Kitari. Yeah. Thanks, Dan. The only one you'll never sell me on is Zamazu, though. Sorry. I don't have to sell you on, but it's hysterical and a really phenomenal, like, way to both have a humorous story while also a really interesting conversation about re-enlivening places that are lost. Both with their celebration, but also making a place for them in the world in the steppe, and then the prophecies and the way in which you avoid them. So for me, it works perfectly well. I mean, if it does, not everyone works for everyone. Like I'm sure there's someone out there who fucking hates the dwarves, which is insane to me. But yeah, I'm using the same type of humor as Hildebrand, so it's not for me. Yeah, and here's the thing, Hildebrand's super not for a lot of people. And yeah, the thing is, you hit it on the nail. It is absolutely that type of humor, and is not for everyone. My only umbrage is coming and saying it's not quality. It is well made. It's super not for everyone, but it absolutely is well made, and I will defend that. I like the Namazu one because of all the Namazu abuse. But yeah, for a long time, I wasn't a fan of Hildebrand, and I've only come to enjoy Hildebrand a lot more lately. It's ironic, too, which is because, like, I'm a big fan of things like Monty Python, The Quest for the Holy Grail. Does anyone have a good modern guide for, like, 60 monk or 70 monk? Because my problem is, like, every guide that's going to be made now is made for 90 monk, and that doesn't really help me. I'll be able to, numbers are the best thing, anything else is hearsay. No, I mean, it's not, right, but it's like, what's your flavor, right? Namazu are great, but if you like that kind of humor. If you don't, Namazu's like, meh. So and that's understandable. I find them hysterical, and I also find that the quest actually heartwarming, especially what they, you know, what they're dealing with and the legacies they're dealing with. Thanks, Sam. I only started actually liking Hildebrand's stuff in Stormblood. I was put off by it, but then, like, when I first started playing it, I came back to it recently, and I have enjoyed the crap out of it so much more now. Partially because there's really wonderful lore stuff actually in it, but also because I'm just in a better place to enjoy the humor, and that kind of humor isn't not my kind of humor. I just was in a much more stressed out place when I played it the last time, so I just wasn't able to appreciate it. I was just like, so much text! Move, next thing. By Rhalgr, what did I ever do to deserve this? I've gone to bed hungry for months. I'm skin and bones. I've hardly make a snack, much less a meal. Oh, you found him. Wait, are you here to rescue me? Your sister sent us. It's going to be all right. My sister, oh Rhalgr be praised, she's safe. And you lot fought your way here just for me. To think there's still good, brave folk in this world. We should go before the Concurred return in force. Do you still have the Tributum? Oh god, the Tributum! The Imperials will be wondering where I am. I have to go. What? Right now, in your condition? You don't understand. We were given a warning last month for being short. If I don't make it this time, there's no telling what happens to me and my sister. Like, the Black Wolves in these scenes incense me in terms of my anger, but also there's context, not justify their action, but make you able to understand why, you know, the way in which Fordola and the people that she's with act. There are reasons that are not just pure sadism in and of themselves. That they're just monsters devoid of humanity or something, but they're trying to fight to earn a place in the world that they see as unavoidable. I'm glad we saved him, but seeing him run off like that, I've got a bad feeling about this. Okay, Han. Listen, Elio, Mefred, I think we need to go after Wakrata. Wait, you had better not be thinking of stopping him. You heard what he said. If you don't pay one way, they'll make you pay. I know I know that. I do. And I don't want to interfere. I just want to see that he makes it there safely. If that's the sum of it, then fine. Let's head down and see if we can't pick up his trail. Okay, guys, are we risking it? Let's risk it for the biscuit. Yeeteth thyself into the void! I made it with 1 HP. It's a good thing I calculated the height so perfectly. I really need to level my Crafters and Gatherers. Also, the Crafter and Gatherers quest you should absolutely do. They're phenomenal. Oh, fuck. If you have not done them, absolutely do them. Okay, which ones are green then? I gotta figure out which ones are that so I know when to switch into that. Maybe 2? There's a story so much that is quality, yes, but personal enjoyment depends on... Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no... Like, and you can't quibble over personal enjoyment, right? Like, that's just what speaks to you. Totally agree, Tenku. Nothing special happens. Oh, do you have to just go further? Except plot relevant gloves. Yeah, yes, double checked it is Katari. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Sam. Also will forever bother me that I will never be rank 9 with Shadowbringers tribes. Yeah. I guess for me, I just try to focus on seeing it at max. And also having fewer things to, like, worry about going up to. And also, like, the quality of them is so improved, I don't, like, even mind. You know, like, the change up. I will say, I think it's smart that they're now they seem to be. We don't know for sure that they're going to do it, but it seems like they're doing a crafter, a gatherer, and a combat job for each expansion. At least if the next one is a crafter, it will be. And I think that's smart to incentivize everyone trying all 3 of those systems. But man, I prefer it being with 2 fighting jobs. Much easier to level. In the dirt, you spy a chocobo feather. I might catch up on you guys. Actually, let's catch up on you guys right now because we're going to have a cutscene in a second. Westcalibur does a leveling guide for each job every expansion. Yeah, but it's not the leveling guide. It's more, I'm talking about rotation guide. Leveling, it's not a problem. Leveling's easy. There's so many ways to level. I'm talking about more like what's optimal rotation for a monk at level 60 currently. You want heartwarming? I love the Yulmore custom delivery quest with Kai Shir. He's such a good lad. Yeah, Kai Shir's great. I was under the impression 90 monk and 60 monk play almost the exact same, but 90 monk just gets some quality of life with disengaged tools and brotherhood. Disclaimer, I do not have a 90 monk. No, Summit, but I take appreciation for even offering that insight. So potentially if I look at 90 monk, all the basics will be there. So that's good to at least start with this assumption. I'm glad the Chocobo's okay. Precious burb. 90 monk has a lot more. Does it? Yeah, Fordola is not, it's not sadism at all. I mean, I would watch this next cutscene and like, say that like if you watch that in a vacuum, assume it's saying it's not sadistic is yeah. Monk kind of stops getting major skills at 78. Yeah, Monk is the only job I haven't gotten to 90. Monk's a good time. I jump off the ziggurat every time. Stairs are for cowards. You're lucky you didn't get aggro while falling, otherwise that would be instant KO. Yeah, actually that was intentional. I know where they are. The Kakari actually hang out away from the stairs usually, so that I was looking for that. Stairs are unnecessary. Still love the point out the least used stairs in Final Fantasy 14 every time I get stuck with the Labyrinth of the Ancients, yeah. Since this is YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, Ray. 78 is a notman, right? Oh, for monk skills, yeah. But I don't see why they changed the basic rotation. Yeah, I just wonder what the allied quest would be for Shadowbringers. Oh, yeah. Well, I guess you no, well, yeah. Yeah, I guess I would miss the allied quest as well, too. Would you have preferred seeing our favorite male Mikote villain in Shadowbringers to get a rank 9 tribe quest? Favorite male Mikote villain? Like, as in from the ARR Alliance ones? I mean, like, he does a guide on each job through the levels. Thanks, Jade. Like, showing how to play the job with each new skill. Perfect. Thank you, Jade. Any luck? It's because usually most leveling guides are just about getting to the next level, not, like, also how to play. A chocobo feather, is it? Aye, by my reckoning it came from the Wakrada's bird, in which case, there's a collapsed bridge just under the bend. Hug the rocks and stick to the shadows. We'll find him soon enough. Does he show up in all 3? Did I just forget that? I must have forgotten it. I guess then in a sense, it makes sense for him not to show up, right? I need to I think either I may have not actually finished the Stormblood one. That may be why I forgot the Stormblood one. And Heaven's Word, it's just been so long. One day I'll try playing them on an Elio, but like I haven't wanted to like hamper the MSQ for the sake of like doing all the tribes. Any minute now, I'll expect he's coming thundering around the bend. And hear that? Get to cover quickly now. Oh, I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised it's the same guy. I just forgot he was in it at all. Also, I just didn't find it that interesting in A Realm Reborn, so maybe I just didn't cling on to him as much.
Are they Imperials?
Worse. Skulls. Listen, Lise. Whatever happens, stay hidden and do not intervene. Understood?
Yeah, okay, now I understand why that was funny, Tam. Doing it in reverse.
You there! Halt! You know you shouldn't be here. Explain yourself.
Forgive me, sir. I came to deliver the tributum.
Oh, aye. A likely story. Only a fool would dare to come so late. Or, mayhap, a resistance spy.
No, you've got it all wrong. I was waylaid by bandits. It's not my fault.
I said halt!
Is this a joke? You don't seriously expect us to believe this is a fifth? How stupid do you think we are?
It is, I swear, on my mother's life.
Spare us. You came late, you lied about bandits, and then you tried to cheat the Empire of its due.
Think you can kill them all? including the ones watching from the tower. Even if you did, others would come for him and his family. You'd be condemning them all to a life of hard labor, assuming they didn't just execute them, that is.
Like, this is a really pivotal and important scene to understanding, like, both Lyse's reaction,
But
also,
it isn't
like,
fair.
oh. Verb.
It's your bloody fault we're stuck out here patrolling this god's-forsaken wasteland. It's your fault I have to listen to people go on and on about how Alan Egans can't be trusted. I've worked and toiled harder than any man. I'm a citizen, goddammit! And what are you? A stupid, stubborn little dog who'd sooner bite the hand that feeds him and pine for the good old days.
That's enough! Lord Zenos is expecting our report.
Links won't work in the chat. No, I know who he is. I haven't forgotten who he is. It's more just like
I bet the poor bastard can't believe his luck. He gets to go home. We should do the same.
Yeah, me too, Brian. Me too. I'm still angered by it, but there's a lot more context that I find a lot more... I'm more, not moved, and not even necessarily more empathetic towards the wolves' plight, but I understand each individual, where they're coming from more, and don't just see them as just like being just bullies for the sake of being bullies. And you see that sort of action borne out in the real world too. But of people of the same class, when one is elevated over the other, them becoming the most rampant enforcer of... what level is this? Okay, I can kill this. Okay, so one is a green. That's easy, so I just use that to re-up every time. Give me 4 now? No, 3 stacks. Okay. Oh, because I come out of it and it gives me 1, I bet. I heard their commander was keen-eyed, but gods, that was a near thing. It tears me up inside seeing our own kinsmen doing the bidding of the Viceroy, but they made their choices, and if it comes to it, I'll cut down every last one of them myself. Actually, wait, is there... No, I was going to say if there's katana, we can just take that, because we're going to need it. We're crosses alive, and the tribute and been's paid. That's all that matters for now. I, for one, would rather not wait around to see if the skulls decide to return. We best get back to Algana and tell Ragfred his man's got the job done. So, like, part of it is we've been taking our time, but I think, like, the amount of time it takes to get through all of that is all that we've done so far is much shorter than it is to get through Calusia and Amarang. Like, it's not as long. It's actually about the same length or shorter. And then you think about it comparable to the scene that's about to come up here, and then what, oh my god, what is it called? I say his name all the time. I cannot remember it to save my life. But the first dungeon of those Shadowbringers as a climactic moment, the same way that you get this here. So the pacing's actually not that different, but I think it's fewer cutscenes, and it's also much more low-key here than it is in something like Shadowbringer, so it's less, like, intriguing, which makes it feel like it drags longer. But it is technically, quest for quest, shorter. And also amount of dialogue. Yeah, if you look past the jerky parts of it, it does make sense why they're the way they are. It won't be... Yeah, because the thing is, it's a system that is like, turned them against their fellows and like incentivize them that the only way that they can belong is to belittle and to dehumanize, and that also builds frustration as they are still not even granted a normal place within the society that they think is the only way for the order to be at this point, because they don't think that they can fight back and win. They don't think that they can change things. We owe you a debt of gratitude. What did Word Krata told me everything. How you fought with the Kukern and saved his life. For all the good it did, we saw what happened when we met with the Skulls. How they beat him to death. Half to death. We could have stopped them. I reckon you could have. Mefra is a warrior, as is your comrade, and you're strong like your father. That much is plain. But I think Rhalgr you did not, because it would not have ended with them. Krata and his sister would have been branded insurgents, if not the whole lot of us. Bones heal, scars fade, but the dead remain dead. We're alive, and that's more than can be said for the only gods know how many others. That's enough for you, is it? To put up with whatever they do to you so long as you get to see another day. That's right. You grit your teeth, you learn to live with the pain. I'll admit, I was quick to judge you, Lise, and for that I apologize. I know yous and yours mean well, but I'm telling you, God's in the heaven as my witness, that we've got nothing left to give. We can't help you. I understand. Thank you for your honesty. She may say it, but she doesn't mean it. Nor would I expect her to. Her father was as stubborn as an ox, too. If she's set on walking the same path, I but pray she won't follow in the same end. Well, she looks better than I anticipated, which isn't saying much, I suppose. We should go and see if she's alright. Yep, Subchanger, but also a very sad scene in hindsight, yeah. More often than not, stuff like that is more tragic than anything else. And ultimately, when you fight to make it so, you know, brothers and sisters don't have to do that to each other and don't have to feel like they're stuck in a system that the only tool they have is violence in order to belong somewhere and feel that they have safety. Because you make people desperate. Desperate people do stupid shit. Sorry about running off like that. Alamegan's terrorizing their own. I just can't accept it, you know? No matter what he thinks, they shouldn't have to put up with it day after day after day. I'm not completely naive, you know. I didn't expect them to storm a castrum with their pickaxe and shovels, whatever it was. But nor did I expect Krata to just lie there in the dirt while they kicked him. I can't claim to know their pain. I barely remember this place or even my father's face. But I remember Yida's, and I remember how scared she was when we ran, and that look in her eye when she talked about home. Her home, but not mine, is it? There you are, Lise. I've been looking all over for you. Well, you found me. Go and say, got something to say? Aye, that I do. I said some things to you before I shouldn't have. 'Twasn't my place to do so, and I'm sorry. All that rubbish I spouted about how I loved my village, but when one of ours was needed, I was cowering here with all the others. I didn't even think to go after Krata, but you did. Made me feel like a bloody hypocrite, I am. If I truly cared for my people, I'd fight for them, so I will, if you'll help me. You're asking to join the Resistance? When you put it like that, I suppose I am. But not just me. There are others I know who have been thinking about it for a while now. There's not many of us, and we're not hardened warriors like you lot, but... If your heart bleeds for Alamigo, then it's good enough for me. You and yours are more than welcome at Rhalgr's Reach. Thank you, sir. You won't regret this. I'll go and speak to the others and send word when we're ready. Yeah, if you look past the jerky parts of it, it doesn't... Still think this isn't your home. No, I was just thinking out loud. And with that, my friends, our mission is concluded. Let us return to the Reach. Yeah, meanwhile, I just met Miss... What? If you know, you know. I have no idea what you're getting at, Tam. And I would die for them. I have literally zero clue what you mean. Yeah, if you look past the jerky parts, it doesn't make sense why they are the way they are. It wouldn't be an easy choice if you actually lived in that world. Yeah. And again, it doesn't mean I have to condone. It doesn't mean I have to be less angry. But I can understand. And that's like so a part of like the story of 14, not as like a single moment, but as like a whole narrative. Like, there are many characters you talk to them right in this moment, and they'd fucking kill any Garlean. They'd just fucking axe them. And then you see them in later points and things that they go through and what we see. And like it earns through the continual narrative. And it's not like those moments are glorious, but those moments are glorious because of who offers them. You think to, it's little things that make life worth living, ain't it? In Endwalker, if you know what I'm talking about. And that moment can't happen and mean something unless Stormblood happens. If Stormblood doesn't happen, that moment is nice, but it's not what that moment ultimately is truly what makes it so impactful. Oh yeah, I think about the way I thought about it that we did to Zenos, then we was another place with a brand new area and introduced two things, yeah. I always felt Stormblood had much more human story than Heavensward. Totally, I think I broadly agree. Heavensward is a very classic fantasy story, especially like combining like classic fantasy tropes that are Western and Eastern, like specifically JRPG fantasy tropes. So I totally agree on that, yeah. But Shadowbringers, man, that had so much more subtle horror and suffering in early Calucia and Amarang. Yeah, totally agree. Because the existential threat is existent in such a way that cannot be conceived. You know, the Heavensward and Stormblood are so like practical threats. They are existential in a sense, but they are also practical. Like there's an existential threat to Ishgard in the dragons. There's an existential threat to what Alamigo is and Doma in the Garleans, but they are also in a sense of this world in a way that, you know, later threats maybe aren't necessarily. And so yeah, just ranked up in the new tribal quest. Woo! Mew Missive is Endwalker things. Is that like a name that like the community uses or something? I still am trying to figure out what that's supposed to reference. First of all, allow me to commend you both on a job well done. Though nothing went according to plan, we nevertheless managed to attract some new recruits, and it was your passion and conviction that moved them to join. Thank you. No, thank you for giving me the opportunity to find out what our people have been through these last 20 years. It's been humbling. And troubling, too. I heard about the skulls, but that was the first time I had seen them in the flesh. I know you'd say the same as the other Imperial soldiers, and maybe that's how I'll have to think of them myself, if our paths ever cross in the battlefield, but... When, not if. That day will come, Lise. You can't afford to hesitate when it does. Young, old, conscript, citizen, Garlean, Alamigan, none of that matters. They've all got their reasons, but they're no better than yours, especially when they're bearing down on you, blade in hand. Saying that, I don't want to kill them any more than you do. If I could convince them to lay down their arms, I would. Sadly, I've never been much of a talker myself, but who knows? Maybe you could be one, at least. Your father certainly was. Oh, yeah. Oh, Musav. Oh. I didn't, so that's why. I was saving the quest for tomorrow when I was gonna have time to play it, so I haven't played it, and I never got the side quest I haven't got the side quest that shows it. So thank you, Ray Ray. That's what that is. I didn't know it had a name because obviously I haven't been looking anything up for it, but very cute, definitely. Yeah, no, but that's not a spoiler because also name of the character in the new tribe quest, right? But if you share that, that's already a spoiler. But also, like, when they put out the trailer and stuff, and the, like, screenshots for 6.3, or 6.25, that was one of the things, so that's not really a spoiler. Fuck, I'll just take the image weapon. That has to do with the Omnicrons. Yeah, now I know what it is. I just didn't happen to get the quest for it yet. Or the, like, side quest for it. And I haven't done the rank up. You're seeing them soon. Yeah, I literally could have done it this morning, but I haven't had time. So I literally would. If I had done it first, I would have known what you're talking about. Owing to the efforts of you all, we've accomplished a great deal in a short time. The Resistance thanks you for your service, Scions. Guys, Ray got it and explained, but also avoid spoilers, like explaining specifically what it is. Like, some people may not have watched 6.25. Also, hey, Arnvald! I see that operations have been proceeding apace in my absence. Welcome back, brother dearest. I take it your efforts to gather new recruits were successful. Indeed, there were several among the Scions' ranks that were quite eager to take part in our joint endeavor with the Resistance, whom I am come to present, which makes sense for Arnvald of all people. Commander Camp, if I may. My name is Arnvald Valentius, a half-breed, as you could doubtless tell. I'm here to fight for free Alamigo. For an Alamigo, where women like my mother were never made to suffer. I pray you grant me this honor. The boy! Yeah. You're a true-born son of Gyr Abania, same as me. This is not my honor to grant, but yours to freely take. Welcome, brother. With our swelling ranks and the aid of the Eorzean Alliance, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, I believe we'll be soon in a position to seize the initiative. Once our new recruits have received sufficient training, I'll propose to General Aldine that we draw up plans for an assault on Castellum Valdina. Then in the meantime, we'll make for our preparations what we can. Here comes the boy! Except for the problem is, here comes the boy! Very soon. Also, fun thing, a partner got me something cool. Meanwhile, the Royal Palace of Alamigo. Check what I got out. If you know what it is, you know what it is. But a partner got this for me, and it's very lovely and nice, and it will be in the background of all shots now. Oh, along with, I started putting up the fan art board. So if any of you guys want to do fan art of Eorzean archives and want it posted, I will post it up in the background. Joseph, good to see you. Glad to have you. And yes, indeed, Juicy incoming. We need a Stormblood emote, don't we? We have some Heavensward one. So we definitely, okay, so Zenos with his face with the Juicy, right? But what else? What are some other good Stormblood
Alliance
emotes?
forces have occupied Castrum Orients and taken up positions along the length of the wall. Our patrols have engaged their reconnaissance parties on site, but there have been no significant exchanges.
Absolutely, Gemini, absolutely do.
A unit tasked with field testing prototype Magitech weapons was attacked. The weapons were destroyed, with the unit sustaining near total casualties.
Near total? Go on.
He's
My
so
lord,
bored of it all.
There was but a single survivor from the unit in question, which falls under my command. According to his report, they were ambushed by a contingent of Eorzean Alliance regulars, abetted by resistance insurgents.
A simple ambush and only one survivor. A fine day's work.
Ugh, what a great voice.
The stubbornness to survive is not without worth. He may live. However, the 12th is no place for the weak.
He shall be relegated at once, my lord. As you say, the 12th is no place for cowards who count their lives more precious than the cause.
Seeing as they're mostly conscripts, I wouldn't... Well, actually, they might actually...
Indeed. We have no need of cowards.
There is a reason he uses the caddy thing, by the way. And I will explain it afterwards. That actually makes genuine sense. It's a little heavy, but as a Garlean and also Zenos, he's very strong, so heavy isn't a problem.
My lord,
Cowards who defer critical missions to their subordinates, who hide within their castra, never meeting their prey in battle, never staring into the whites of their eyes. Why?
When confronted with a heretofore unknown icon, did we surrender the wall to the Alliance? Because my honored father, in his infinite wisdom, has not seen fit to grant us leave to march on their lands. Accordingly, we have extended an invitation to our neighbors. Gyr Abania is where we shall host them. The field upon which we shall enjoy the sport of kings. Patience is paramount. Cornered animals may have spirit, but they are ultimately predictable and very poor sport. But if one dangles the promise of freedom before them while nipping at their heels to stoke their passion, then things become interesting. It is a delicate dance, one which asks much of my house. And so I put the question to you, my fellow huntsman.
I mean, it is him.
How should we deal
Hunt is
with
his
these
sport. It
savages?
basically is his golf bag. Demins.
My lord, I have a proposal.
Silence, Alamegan! You do forget yourself! Only by the grace of Lord Van Baelsar were you afforded a place here, and that in name alone. We have no need of your proposals, savage.
I never finished it. It's a project I've had on the back burner. Maybe I'll finish that up now, though. And I made it so it's magnetic, so they can actually
This
spin, so you can actually like
savage
pull them apart and put them
yearns to hunt her own. The floor is yours, Commander.
Yeah, yes, he's a hedonist. He absolutely is, Joseph.
Thank you, my lord.
Zenos VA is so good, yeah. Hope the Garland military has good life insurance. Actually, I kind of probably should for certain characters, like not even conscripts, obviously, but absolutely. Has anyone got golf bag vibes? So the thing about is you have to understand is that like the style and stuff he was taught in the Corvosi style, I believe, as well as the like. It really matters how you draw a weapon into a fight, and also Zenos breaks his weapons constantly because of how strong he is. So because of that, his having something where he can like. The like position under which you draw stuff. In like kendo, right? How you draw your sword really matters. I haven't done kendo in a long time, so I'm not doing it correctly. But how you draw your sword matters. So having the thing at his side and making sure it can rotate, so that he can always grab from here, is important. And that, for what that was the, Tam, that was one half of, Eileen the Crow's Blade of Mercy. I wish I had the attention span and dedication to do cosplay and crafting stuff. Well, I mean, you can always, well, I wish you could hire me. However, I do not have the time to take up any more things. Speaking of not having time, I may take next week off. I may, like, still do Monday, Tuesday stream, but I may, like, there may not be a new video out next week, and may not do, like, the Saturday streams and stuff, because I kind of need a break lately. I've been, not exactly burnt out, but I've been dealing with... I just, no matter how much sleep I get, I never feel rested. And so I'm trying to get that solved. And so maybe taking some time to try and, I don't think getting more rest is going to ultimately help because it's been a thing that's been a problem for so long. However, I am going to like try to get a sleep study done and try to get some help so that can get back to get back to having more energy and the energy I want to like put into the Eorzean archives and just partners and all sorts of stuff. I'm in no way surprised that there's a katana under Elio's bed. Right then, I've got duties to attend to. Mayhap we could assist with your said duties. We are here to help after all. The three of you have not been busy, so I'll understand if you require time to rest. If not, however, it would seem sensible to assist our allies with the preparations. We'd be grateful for any help and all you could help to offer. If you ask around, I'd guarantee you wouldn't want for work. Actually, let me check the quests. We are at Future Rust, Future Dust. Bereft of Home, Fires that Fade, Crossing the Crimson. In Crimson it began is... I don't want to go late because I don't want to like force Ray to go late. So we might end up calling it here, but before we go into tomorrow's opening. But I'm gonna go get something fun. Guess who I have? 1, 2, 3, oofta. You're a very good pupil. What? You want to give me a high five? Thank you for that good high five. Yes, you can have another one. Deadpool eating a tree ASMR. I have genuinely considered making an ASMR channel for Deadpool before, and I have a suspicion that it would do better than the Eorzean archives. I guess I do have all the microphone gear to do it now. He is such a good boy. Oh, Kushak, good to see you. Glad to have you. Yeah, and Deadpool is such a good boy. Yeah, so we have Crossing the Veladina, Token of Faith. Yeah, we've only got 20 minutes left, so, well, we'll try. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, this week's video is on schedule, so sorry. Take a break if you need. I'll watch the backlog on Wednesday to make up for that. Yeah, this week, tomorrow, a video will be out. Everything's going to be normal this week. This would be next week that I would be taking time off. Yeah, Demand, you'd be surprised all the sorts of things that I have under my bed and around my room. We'll try seeing if we can get to Crimson, and we'll see how it goes. I beg your pardon. The man who bested Gaius Van Baelsar wishes to offer me his assistance. I say this is highly irregular, though I had heard it said you had a penchant for aiding the common man. In which case, before the occupation, I was a humble historian. While my duties leave me scarce time for aught else, I think it important that these momentous events be recorded for the benefit of future generations. The primary sources are indispensable, and I had in mind to question numbers of my fellow freedom fighters, ask them for their motivations for taking up this cause and so forth. You may take down their statements in this log, and, Elio, thank you for your services, now and ever after. I think one thing that they could have done that I think that would have helped with pacing would have been trying to find a way to take this information here and maybe shift it a little bit earlier with and like make it a little more rapid, but while still being a little more rapid. And so that way, when you get back from these two quests, what happens is you immediately go into Crimson It Began. I think that would have helped a little bit in terms of pacing. But again, like, you know, that's only retroactively, especially now when we think, oh god, we gotta get to Shadowbringers, or we have to get, you know, I want to catch up, you know, that it feels like anything that slows you down is a problem. Whereas when expansion is new, you're just like, oh my god, so much stuff to do. I was just a cook before all this. Simple fare, really. Had a chance to lend a hand and help feed some refugees one day. I took a liking to the fighters. They believed, you know? And there's always a need for cooks, or at least people who can work with whatever their foraging parties turn up. You want to help, do you? Seeing as how I'm in no position to leave the stew pot unattended, could you go and ask Teb for a variety of herbs? 6 sprigs or so, whatever he's got on hand should suffice. It's not as haphazard as it may seem. Depending on the recipe, it doesn't really matter what sort you add, so long as you add something. I'll be here when you get back. Yeah, I think the other thing is, like, it's hard, though, because you also need to make sure that Gyr Abania matters and that you have a relationship with it, because you're going to spend the second... if you think of the story of Stormblood as 4 acts, Act 1 and 4 are in Gyr Abania, but 2 and 3 are both in Othard, which means you need to make sure that there's, like, some memory of these events, as you're not going to be back here for a while. No, I don't think we would be surprised at all. I always show up with weird shit. Nobody's surprised at anything you have lying around, Elio. That's good. I should cultivate that. I'm glad I have. You can pull out Yoshi B himself, and I wouldn't be surprised. Konnichiwa, Mina. Like, just turns out that the next live letter is live from my room. Herbs, is it? 6 sprigs of whatever on hand. Afraid I can't spare that much. You'll take 2 and be glad of it. The remainder you'll have to gather yourself. Shouldn't be too much of a bother, though. You'd be surprised what you can find growing underfoot, even in the Reach. At least you can get on a mountain. Sad you can't fly, though. There'd be some great shots of Rhalgr's Reach. Then again, there is jumping puzzles, so it kind of makes sense. You could pull out an Ananta body pill and people would just not quote knowingly. Deadpool, quick, hide it quick. Hide it. Good job. You'll never find it. Just should be wandering around the background commenting on your nerd decor. Why'd I join the Resistance? Well, if you must know, I was to avenge a friend. The Imperials butchered before my very eyes back in Alamigo. For Alamigo! We owned a stall in the markets, and passing soldier snatched up a piece of fruit. He spoke out before I could stop him, only to get a foam of steel in the gut for his troubles. I found my way here, and that was that. You could start a stream in a cat-made outfit and no one would even notice. Well, seeing as there are apparently people who didn't even notice I had Eorzean facial hair until I pointed it out, you may be very well right. Hi, Deadpool. You're very good. You're very good. Honestly, having an Archon tattoo on my cheek like that made me a lot more sympathetic to Eorzean in terms of, like, I would have thought, like, that seems like a weird place to have a tattoo, but I'm gonna be honest. It feels pretty dope. Like, the Archon tattoo is pretty good. It's like, it's not the worst place. My left ass cheek may have been a little bit better, but what you gonna do? Harder to show that off on stream and not get demonetized. I guess showing it off wouldn't that be that hard. Okay, we gotta go center, far left, then back for the, yeah, okay. If I'm not mistaken, you can dive here later on, right? Which I love that. I love that as an element where it's like, the first time you come here, you can't, like, you just, it seems like normal body of water, but then after you come back after Othard. Nah, Archon tramps. Aren't you the Icon Slayer? Damned if I know why you bother and asking someone like me why I joined the Resistance. But it's simple. If I wasn't fighting for Alamigo, I'd be fighting for the Empire. You're either with them or not. And if you're with them, you may as well make the most of it. Food, training, citizenship. If you live long enough, you'll die stealing someone else's land, like as not. But if that's the choice, that's the choice. But me, I'd rather die here. You know, like that's a really important thing. Not without the blessing. I'll show you a blessing of light. Snow Dragon, good to see you, glad to have you! And again, I feel obligated to thank you again for helping to purchase this camera because of the amount of money you offered. Thank you. Deeply kind. And also, don't forget, right now we are raising money to do a Deadpool cosplay. I believe he keeps looking up every time I say his name. I believe the last thing that people were thinking that they'd like is to do Deadpool in a Kryl costume, so. Can you sit? Can you come here? Sit. 1, 2, 3. Good job. I just checked and no, you can't dive. Oh, you can't? Oh. I totally thought you could. I wonder why. I wonder why I thought that. Don't all of the Archons? Eorzean is doing the Eorzean equivalent of showing off his PhD at all times. Yeah, basically all the Archons are doing that. Well, also it's because he's hiding all his skin, and so if they wanted to show it somewhere and make sure it was clear that he was a member, they would have to put it on his face because, like, of what he's wearing. Why? Why indeed? To save lives, perhaps, or to make amends for ones I couldn't. My father and I were brothers we were worked to death while building the castrum. What did it matter to the Garleans, eh? More what the lot came from. After that, I couldn't keep doing nothing. Louiswa has it on his bald head. Yeah, Louiswa's got no well, I guess he's covering every inch of himself other than his head. Still, Neck is best plays. Graha and Thancred know how sexy he is. Honestly, I wouldn't expect Thancred to put his Archon mark on his upper inner thigh. Showed off to the ladies. You look like a strider in search of comrades in need. If so, I have a task for you. Oh, I am a trainer, and I was told to expect recruits this day. Yet nary a one has come. Perhaps they were given the wrong time or location. I do not know. They number 5 in all. These would-be warriors. Send them unto me, should you chance to find them. Where? A dash of green. Yeah, where is it? Yep, you can't dive. Yeah, I mean, if one of you guys check, I assume it's probably... I wonder if I literally thought in my memory, like, oh, it's weird you can't dive. And so, like, somehow managed to flip that in my memory banks. Check out my degree, ladies. Rips off pants. I mean, that's got some me energy on that right there. So I can relate to Thancred on that one. Oh, you know what? I bet it's like under the bridge or something. Yeah. You made me log back instead of going to bed, you monster. Someone else already checked it, first off, Purple. Secondly, I did no such thing. All I did was pose a thought and / a question, and I thought something was cool. Y'all the ones who went to check it. That said, thank you for checking it, and so that we know. Seems strange, though, because it actually does have depth. I wonder if they intended to and just didn't end up adding it. It's nearly 2 a.m. Have a good one. Sounds good, Purple. Yeah, we're running out of time as well. We'll see. The teacher calls for me, I see. We were discussing strategies for disabling magic armor, you see, and... yes, of course. There's no time, if you would excuse me. Headed out. Enjoy your Deadpool cosplay. Thanks, Snow Dragon. Much appreciated. Under the bridge, do you feel like you don't have a partner? Do you feel like you're alone in the city you live in? Deadpool! 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 He's pooping! Poor time for pooping. Thank you, Snow Dragon! That fucking mad lad, he comes in here and he just drops large amounts of money in my lap. And I'm just like, what am I supposed to do? Do you just say fucking thank you? Do you show off your dog? Do you grab him while he's pooping? Oh, he's back. Come here. Come here, you lovely beast. Come here, you cat-eared lovely little fucker. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, God. Oh, good. Come here. We're gonna get you a very cute costume. It's gonna be very, very cute. In the short term. You have to come up here. Come on. No, you gotta come up. Ready? 1, 2, 3. There you go. Do you want to come down? Come down. Thank you, Snow Dragon, and to everyone else who provided also funds. Oh, fuck. Now I actually either have to figure out if I'm going to sew it myself or I'm going to hire someone. Oh, I got to sew it myself, don't I? Oh, fuck. I got to get dog patterns. I didn't think actually people would put money into it fast. Nor did I expect one individual to come in and drop $150 out of absolutely nowhere just to give... Thank you. However, you also did upset the schedule, and now there's no way we're getting to Crimson before it. Thank you again. Thank you very, very much for $150. He said, head it out, enjoy your Deadpool cosplay. I'm like, oh, cool, yeah, I guess, well, maybe by the next time Snow Dragon shows up, I'll have funded it. And then, no, he just plops down, just like, yeah, oh, yeah, here's your $150. I'm gonna see you next time, Elio. Shall we finish up the quest? Ah, 1,000 pardons. So preoccupied was I with the questions of whether Alamigo should be a monarchy or a republic that I neglected to attend my training. How silly, I know. Until we drive the Imperials from our lands, the question is moot. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting, right? Because they have Theodric and stuff, so like... I laughed way too fucking hard at Elio rushing back and off screen, shouting, he's pooping. Yeah, it's weird for someone who's supposed to be incognito spying to... Oh, damn, Snow, yeah. Dress Deadpool up as Tataru, just Deadpool as Nanamo. I feel like Kryle's the best, though, because Kryle's, like, easy to put together. And also, like, he would deal with a hood much better than he would deal with, like, a Nanamo's tiara. And also, oh my god, like, trying to do... Like, a coat for him, like a Kryle coat would be pretty easy to do. But, like, a Nanamo... Oh my god, Nanamo. Tataru, I guess I could make the hat and get a little pink shirt for him. Cute boy. Oh, he's too cool. Yeah, Snow just crop dusted you with money, basically. Do it yourself for the increased immersion. I mean, like, it's not a problem of doing myself for, like, the problem is just time. Like I said, like, I'm taking next week off potentially because of just being stressed out and tired all the time and trying to solve that. But I think if I get to the point where I have, like, more restedness, I'll be able to be in a place where I think I'll have even more time to do stuff like that, which is exciting because I miss being able to do a lot of hobbies and stuff. Well met, Elio. Have you spoken with the freedom fighters as I asked? As fascinating as they are varied, you have a knack for convincing others to bare their hearts to you. I could not have done it better myself. Many years from now, when these tempestuous times pass into memory, their accounts will serve as a window into the struggle. You must never forget, my friend. Never. It's nice for the XP to be helpful. Oh, if I remember, this, like, grass is in a weird place that threw me off when I remember. Yeah. Isn't it? I swear. Am I crazy? I feel like I remember when I played Stormblood, I missed this. Oh, right, that I should finish. The neck tattoo seems weird if you're trying to be a spy or something. Yeah. And he doesn't even try to hide it when he's in the Garlean armor, right? Oh, bugger, you were sent by the snake, weren't you? I heard 1 in 4 recruits doesn't live through the training. That can't be true, right? Oh, bugger, oh, bugger, oh, bugger. I should have done that as Winnie the Pooh. Oh, bother. Oh, Piglet. So I finished the shenanigans. I'll send you details later. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, here's one requirement I have. Here's one requirement I have for the sloppy Eorzean Archive Discord. If you are part of that and messaging in it, do not stop messaging in the main one as well and, like, talking in general and discussions and stuff. I do not want to split. We're not exactly like a group of thousands. Make sure to come for the regular conversations as well, please. Tamlin, in a world with magical glamours, I would assume tattoos are easy enough to hide. It's true, but like when he's in Garlean outfits, like when he's undercover, he doesn't hide it. So that's the thing. Not to mention alchemy. Certainly they can make tattoo covers. Certainly can, which is all the stupider that he doesn't. This game has taught me that the way to ultimate god-slaying power is to do everyone else's menial chores. I think that's just JRPGs in general. Wait, there's a sloppy Discord? Yes, when we're ready, we'll announce it. Thanks to some earlier in the stream shenaniganry. Training. Gah. I was so busy practicing to impress the others, I completely forgot. Thank you. Sloppy. I'm assuming that the cutscene they just don't want to animate art hiding. Well, but the thing is that you literally could just load him in. He's a normal Eorzean model, so you don't have to hide it. Literally they have custom models of him in the files already with him, without it, and with other stuff too. It literally even exists in the game files, a version of him without him. So it's not even like it's like a baked thing where like it'd be a nightmare to get rid of it or something, because it's like a spoke model or something. I know, I'm late, but I had to say a prayer for my sister first. After what the Imperials did to her, death was a mercy. Oof. Oh, it's an Ananta grave. That's why there's this on it. But then you won't have people asking like, oh my god, where does tattoo go? Then it just raises more questions if you can explain. Right, but it still raises the questions of why are the Garleans not like, hey, yo, you've got a fucking Archon tattoo. You've got like a symbol of like our enemy on your neck. What's up with that? I feel more people are willing to overlook showing the tattoo than being realistic about hiding it. I guess I feel the opposite, because like I feel like in-universe makes more sense to go by rather than outside of universe. And I feel like outside of universe, it's very easy to be like, yeah, they just be glammed over or something. Whereas in universe, there's no real explanation for why the Garleans aren't like, what the fuck. All recruits are present and accounted for. My thanks to you, Strider. Not all appreciate the rigor with which I train my recruits. Some favor a gentler approach, as if the Imperials would be so kind. But 'tis a thankless job to teach someone, but say their survival is thankless enough. Fare you well. But Charlene is known as Garlean enemy? Yes. Yeah, especially the member circle of knowing and Archons. Yeah, if someone was gonna have an Archon tattoo, they absolutely, because they're not interventionist, there's no member of Charlene that would be, they would consider it, look at and be like, oh, yo, you know, you're with us. Especially not as a private, not as a conscript, an Eorzean conscript. That'd be even weirder. Yeah, I thought they were trying to be neutral. Yeah, well, Charlene's trying to be neutral. Garlemald will actually take them over and is just not worrying about them right now. But especially, they don't have conscripts from Charlene. Oh, whoops. I gotta go the other way. So has anyone ever asked it before the stream? I mean, yeah, we talked about it in, what, 3.1, 3.2 when it showed up with, like, Kryle. Like, we thought it was weird then. Ah, there you are. Got the herbs I asked for? Like, that's the reason I know offhandedly that he did it and I found it weird, is because it literally did strike me. Thanks, that'll do nicely. And sorry to impose upon you, sir. Thought you were another new recruit. Didn't realize until after that you were, But to answer the question, that's probably on your mind, yes? It's always like this. Never enough food or supplies to go around. All the more reason to be grateful when our countrymen can spare some for the cause. Though that comes at a cost, too. Too many villages, too many children, more deserving than us. But a man can't fight on an empty stomach, can he? So we partake as we must, and we never lose sight of the dream. Okay. Yeah, we're running out of time, so we'll probably call it there. Okay, guys. We have... Tomorrow is new video. Thursday is the usual stream with Final Fantasy, me and Niniri replaying. Friday is Lore Book Club, where we'll be talking about the Sildian Subterrane. The Saturday will be our MSQ stream, and we're going to be doing Eureka, is the plan, as well as we will be raffling out a copy of the Chronicles of Light. So you have to be there if you want to be a part of the raffle for that. Yeah, and then next week we'll be wrapping up Gyr Abania, we'll be heading into Doma. But we may have to do a lot of preamble at the beginning to make sure that we have Samurai caught up in story. But that'll actually be good, seeing as the Gyr Abania, that'll give us time to, like, maybe, you know, the Gyr Abanian section will come to a close, and then we can do that. And so, yeah, and then we'll definitely be in Oathard by Tuesday. Beyond that, love all you guys, and I'm looking forward to figuring out getting some good rest in the long term that'll make it so that I can come back re-energized. I meant, like, outside of your MSQ replay. I'm curious if it's ever been raised as they have answered. They may have. I don't know. I would check the forums. The official forums would be the first place I would check on that one. Because I don't know for the Reddits or the Twitters if anyone's thinking about it. Rest well. Thank you, Koshek. Much appreciated. Yeah, I hope all of you guys have a lovely, lovely week. I'll see you all throughout it. I do not have a time. I'm just going to be very clear. I do not have a timeline when Deadpool's outfit will be done. My plan, I guess, would be to say before Stormblood's done. But, you know, especially trying to figure out timing and all that stuff for sewing the outfit, we're going to have to see. But it'll happen. It'll definitely happen right away. I enjoyed my stay. Good, Joseph. I'm glad you enjoyed. Rest well. I was looking forward to Deadpool cosplay. Yes, Tam. Me as well. If I didn't have to figure it out, I'd feel even better. So again, thank you, Snow Dragon, for paying out for that, as well as the others who played the first $50 of the Deadpool cosplay. I gotta figure out something funny. Like, for Endwalker, I've just gotta set it to, like, something like a $500 or, like, $1,000 goal throughout the entirety of Endwalker, and that will end, like, if we, you know, like, if we reach it, I'll Fantasia into a Lalafell for the final cutscene, or something like that. I don't know, but it's something crazy. I'll figure that out as we go. But, with all that said, I've been Elio Forcheron, And I will see you guys very soon. Cheers. Bum, bum.